Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Progressive Discussions. I'm your host, James P. Madonna. Been doing this since 2007, and I want to welcome everyone to the show. It happens to be the first show of February 2024. Is it February or February? February, yeah. People pronounce words very strangely. You know, I say caramel, and some snooty snobs say caramel. Caramel. Where the fuck did they get caramel from? It's not caramel. It's caramel, which is cooked sugar, burnt sugar, whatever you want to call it. All right. Hold on. First, I want to address Mr. Roddy S., originally from Long Island, now residing in Clearwater, Florida. All right. We want the hard-hitting truth. You'll get it. We can't handle the truth. The great thing about, there's nothing really great about it, but the one positive aspect of having a country and a world in chaos is that I will never, ever run out of material. And that's for damn sure. Okay, so how's everybody out there doing? We are streaming on YouTube, and I'm not going to call it X. Yeah. Elon Musk bought Twitter and renamed it X, probably named after SpaceX. It's Twitter, as far as I'm concerned. If he doesn't like it, Too damn bad. So we're streaming on YouTube and Twitter. I would love for the company, the streaming software with this company, to make it very easy to stream on TikTok. But you know, it's TikTok that makes it difficult. And TikTok is difficult because they're very strict with their community standards, you know, with censorship, with corporate fascist censorship. They're very strict with it. You know, they're ridiculous. They either want to keep all the posts, all the uploads based on very simple, light subjects, comedy, even though it's completely idiotic. People showing off how cute their pets are, you know, things like that. Or you know, just absolute ridiculous things. But if you go on TikTok and you start posting data, information that is based on deep subjects, you know, not light subjects, not small talk, but deep subjects, controversial subjects. They don't like that. Too damn bad. All right. Ronnie S. says, Vinnie Mac not looking good. Well, I have a pretty detailed video to play on this week's Progressive Discussions involving Vincent Kennedy McMahon, Vince McMahon Jr. He's not so much a junior anymore, right? He's almost 80 years old. Art Robinson, sir, my friend. Good evening to you. I hope you had a good week. I hope you're back at the gym in full force. You know, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, vim, vigor, vitality, and all the above. All right. TikTok, what? Oh, TikTok will not be around much longer. Yeah, I know. They're rubbing Uncle Sam the wrong way. They're really not doing their job. Their community standards violations are not real community standards violations. It's whatever they feel like doing. That's what it is. And good, I'm happy to hear that. Mr. Daryl Messias of Northern California, how are you, sir? Cheers to you. Cheers to you, Daryl Messias. Okay, let me bring up the first topic, but before I do, I'm going to have a sip of my elixir. I have organic fennel seeds boiled with matcha green tea, and I added some Celestial Seasonings lemon zinger. I have fresh lemons in the freezer, but I just want to get rid of the Celestial Seasonings lemon zinger because the cheap bastards, they reduced the lemon content because I could tell because it used to be very lemony. Now it's just a hint of lemon. They can't fool me. They can't bullshit me. So Celestial Seasonings, you greedy corporate bastards, you are hereby inducted into our Chiseler's Hall of Shame. Shame, shame, shame on you. You suck. It's like one time I was in a diner, this was years ago, and I ordered, they had a blackboard special, lobster bisque. Well, the bowl came with the little oyster crackers, and guess what? I saw little red flecks. You know what little red flecks means? Artificial crab meat with the food coloring. I told them, they're like, they got all nervous. The waitress got all nervous. Yeah, I worked with seafood for 10 years. I filleted, cut, and cleaned them all. Can't fool me. You know, common sense and street smarts and experience surpasses book learning. I knew this this man with where did he have a master's degree? He didn't know at the time. He didn't know that Chevrolet was made by General Motors. He didn't know that. How about that? All right, let's see. What am I going to play first? All right. Let me, since the rest are videos, and I don't have to read the damn things, let me just bring this up. This one I have to read. I think it's the only topic I have to read. Hold on. No, it's not it. What am I doing here? All right. Let me get rid of the ads and bring this up. No, it's not it. Bear with me. I know I say that every week. Bear with me. There we go. It should come up. All right. Oh, okay. Okay, Ronnie. When I bring, I'll save the Vince McMahon videos for last, okay, and then I'll send you the link because I know you're pro wrestling fan like myself. I'm predominantly an old school territory days pro wrestling fan. Actually, well, Daryl Messias is listening. He's a wrestling fan also. Okay, approaching the dream of the alchemist. Scientists have been able to transform transparent glass into a photovoltaic surface using a laser similar to that used in eye surgeries. Glass windows could function as single material light harvesting and sensing devices in the future. Gotta love science. Can't beat science. Can't be. No way, no how. George Costanza said that on the Seinfeld episode. Yeah, you can't beat science. Gotta love science. Gotta love science. Scientists have successfully converted transparent glass into a photovoltaic surface using a laser similar to that used in eye surgeries. Well, they like to be redundant with these articles, but a revolutionary discovery was made by physicists at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, Lausanne, in collaboration with scientists from Tokyo Tech, led by Gazdan Turin at the Galatea laboratory. The researchers were intrigued to see how Tellarite glass would react when exposed to femtosecond laser light. This curiosity led to the unexpected discovery of nanoscale tellurium and tellurium oxide crystals, both semiconducting materials forming where the glass was exposed to the laser. The presence of semiconducting materials on a surface exposed to daylight could potentially generate electricity. All right, approaching the dream of the alchemist. What is this? How do you say this? Yves Boulard, who heads the Galatea laboratory, said, "We wondered if it would be possible to write durable patterns on a Tellurite glass surface that could reliably induce electricity when exposed to light? And the answer is yes. Belluard notes that the process requires no additional materials, only Tellurite glass and a femtosecond laser are needed to create this active photoconductive material. Okay. All right, it's not that long of an article. The EPFL team, using Tellurite glass produced by their Tokyo Tech colleagues, applied their expertise in femtosecond laser technology to alter the glass and study the laser's effect. After etching a simple line pattern onto a 1 centimeter diameter Tellurite glass and exposing it to ultraviolet light and the visible spectrum, Taran found it could generate a current consistently for months. Wow. Belluard expressed his excitement. It's a man. That was a man's name. Expresses excitement at the breakthrough, saying, "We are locally turning glass into a semiconductor using light." See, now you get how exciting this is to science. We're essentially transforming materials into something else, perhaps approaching the dream of the alchemist. This development may pave the way for windows to function as single material light harvesting and sensing devices in the future. This isn't the first such time glass has been used to generate energy. Polysolar manufactures transparent solar panels that are essentially glass with solar panels built into them. It's not the same, however, as the new technology uses just one material rather than a combination. Okay. Fascinating. Fascinating. Gotta love science. Gotta love science. Gotta love it. No way. You can't stop science. No way, no how. Okay. I was always a huge, tremendous George Carlin fan. So this is an old video of George Carlin laying some insightful prophecy on the population. May he rest in peace, good old George Carlin. What's going on here? Okay. I'll go fuck yourself. Advertisements. Okay.
Again.
What?
But this time, fans can pick if I'll make or miss.
Interesting.
And right now, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win.
Let's do it.
Wait, what about him?
Blow it out of your
FanDuel
ass.
Kick of Destiny 2 live Super Bowl Sunday.
The thing that I find unusual, and it's not a criticism so much, but his targets are underdogs. And comedy traditionally has picked on people in power, people who abuse their power. Women and gays and immigrants are kind of, to my way of thinking, underdogs.
Years later, the late George Carlin's words ring true.
Omar has a history of launching vicious anti-Semitic screeds.
with no finer example than Trumpism.
Well, I said it a long time ago, we're in a pre-fascist state. And I said when fascism comes to America, it will not be wearing jack boots and brown shirts, and it will be wearing Nike sneakers, and it will have smiley face buttons on the Hard Rock
and carrying
t-shirt.
a flag.
Yeah,
and,
of course.
And a Bible.
Always that. But I've never been comfortable because I'm at heart a lefty.
Once again, these are points made eons ago, alas.
There he is, the counterfeit Christian hypocrite. Remember that? The photo op of him holding up the Bible in Washington, and they chased everybody out of the area rather harshly.
Carlin shows the playbook to success, and Trump runs with it.
I think his core audience are young white males who are threatened by these groups. I think a lot of these guys aren't sure of their manhood, because that's a problem when you're going through adolescence. You know, am I really? Could I be? I hope I'm not one of them. And the women who assert themselves and are competent are a threat to these men, and so are immigrants.
Lo and behold.
Well, America was certainly great when we valued the nuclear family and family values.
What would you rather have, 4 years of Donald Trump as a dictator or 4 more years of Joe Biden as president?
I think I'm choosing Donald Trump as a dictator for 4 more years.
You rather have 4 years of dictator Trump or 4 years of a Biden presidency?
4 years of a dictator Trump.
Yeah, I'm going dictator Trump for sure.
So that's why we as an audience then will laugh.
You say we, I don't think you're
no.
But I think you're
collective we.
I think that's what is at the core of that experience that takes place in these arenas. Is a certain, a sharing of anger and rage at these targets.
Anger and rage at certain demographics?
Much fun. I love it. I love it. We having a good time? USA, USA. Knock the crap out of him, would you? Seriously.
Can be seen at a Trump rally near you.
You know, if I fell out of an airplane, I would land on the left side of that line. You know the difference that I define the difference between right wing and left wing. People to the right of center. Well, let's start with the people to the left. People to the left of center, liberals, Democrats, populists, they're interested in people, human beings and human values. People to the right of the line, Republicans and rich people and right-wingers, they're interested in property. Property, not people.
These are big facts from George Carlin.
Anarchy, hatred, chaos, rioting and looting, destruction and arson, riots and lawlessness spread throughout our country. Rioting, looting, vandalism, assaults, and the wanton destruction of property.
The crime and the stores being broken into and the looting.
Take the 2020 summer protests. Trump and co. proved it, as they always do.
And they're soulless. They're without soul. They don't really care. They don't really care. These Christians don't do Jesus' work, which is to feed the poor and take care of the ones who can't help themselves. That's what their Jesus said. Feed those who have no way. To take ones who have nothing going for them. Help them in my name. Don't even want to know about it. Where's that tax return? I want my what do they call it? The rebate. It's goofy.
And here's the con artist they fall for.
I believe in God. I am Christian.
I'm a Protestant. I'm very proud of it. Presbyterian, to be exact. I'm Presbyterian. Boy, that's down the middle of the road, folks, in all fairness.
An Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal.
2 Corinthians, right? 2 Corinthians 3:17. That's the whole ballgame.
I love people as I meet them one by one. People are just wonderful as individuals. You see the whole universe in their eyes if you look carefully. But as soon as they begin to group, as soon as they begin to clot, when there are 5 of them or 10, or even groups as small as 2, they begin to change. They sacrifice the beauty of the individual for the sake of the group. I decided it was all under the control of groups now, whether it's business, religion, political people, or what, and I would distance myself from wishing for a good outcome. Let it do what it's going to do, and I'll enjoy it as an entertainment.
And I'll reflect on what it is on its own.
people like me from previous months, okay? Total control. Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. You know what that is, right?
Are we going to someday elect a satirical president, a guy who really has no intention of having the audience, doing it as a sales tool for something else?
Well, we're working on it. Power does what it wants. Power does what it wants. And now they're just more naked about it. Now they just put it right out front and say, this is what we're doing to you folks. It's, this country's finished. It's been sliding downhill a long time. And everybody's got a cell phone that makes pancakes, so they don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to make any trouble. People have been bought off by gizmos and toys in this country, and no one questions things anymore.
All right, so there are many different ways that people will take this piece, and that is totally, completely fine. Before we get into it, if we missed any story, if you would like to send us a story, get at me on Twitter, on TikTok, and on Instagram. Send me a DM, send me a link, and we'll look into it. How I view this is rather simple. What we have in this current landscape.
Yeah, the video game, right?
Is not that comedians are going on podcasts and hosting their own shows and saying you can't say anything anymore. It's that the audience has evolved. Jokes that would work 50, 30, 10, 5 years ago don't resonate anymore. That's also just how the audience evolves with time. Are the same plays in the NFL going to work over and over again? Maybe one will hit, depending on the game situation. But these are completely different revamped playbooks. These are not fullback dives on the goal line anymore. In addition, when I hear someone like a Bill Maher complain and kvetch about how everyone is just too sensitive. No, it's not that we're too sensitive. It's that our tastes have just gotten better. We appreciate more creativity instead of using typical racial stereotypes. In addition, one thought that continues crossing my mind is one of those clips of George Carlin where he did say, and it is the same exact theme that many in media take as well, which is calling out elites, calling out the powerful. That is in. That will always be in because they have unchecked power. Calling out those that can't afford a roof over their heads, or calling out those who are marginalized, calling out those that are an oppressed community, there's no real value in that. Because what it does is it shows that you're just kind of a terrible person if you keep doing it. And then you double down. And then you triple down. It's twofold. It's, I'm just stubborn and I'm going to continue doing this because I want to show I'm a strong man and I'm not canceled even though I keep getting gigs. And the other is waving the white flag and being like, yeah, maybe I'll just go back to the drawing board, which doesn't seem incredibly difficult. I could never be a comedian. I know some are going to be like, oh, really? I think it's one of the most difficult jobs, and I feel like I'd pull a DeAndre Reynolds if I went up there. And I understand their job is insanely difficult, and making it in comedy, insanely difficult. But to go for this low-hanging fruit, what it'll potentially get you is the Jim Brewer, Rob Schneider, post careers of performing on a paywall from Fox News. Maybe they're getting paid for it. Don't know. All I know is people aren't watching.
Well, this man, as well as George Carlin, this man from the Young Turks organization and the late great George Carlin, were right on the money. Okay. Right on the money. Let me check this one out. Let's see. Before we get to Vince McMahon, let me see how long this one is. Bear with me, people. Bear with me.
And you have to have catch and release in Mexico. You know catch and release? We have catch and release in the United States. I said, we're going to change 2 words. We're going to change from United States, we're going to deduct 1 from United States. I'm actually right. 2 words, because you have to be careful, because they get you in this. But 2 words, you're going to bring it down to 1. It's going to be Mexico's replacing United States, right?
What on earth are you talking about?
Look at what's happening with our airports, and it's a disaster. And boot edge, you know, boot edge. You know, years ago I said, how do you pronounce that damn name? And they said, boot edge, the word edge. That's the way it's pronounced, boot edge.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
The man needs a straitjacket. I'm sorry, he does. Somebody needs to replace one of his suits with a straitjacket. What in the hell was that? I'm Boston Brian from the Midas Touch Network, and I think it's very apparent, and I don't think we have to speculate as to why only 51% of the 15% of Iowa Republican voters that actually showed up to the Iowa caucus placed their vote for Donald Trump. And I know it shouldn't, but it still shocks me that he even got that much. I mean, when you even look at the speech he gave in Iowa after the caucuses, in the bizarre way, he thanked Melania's dead mother and then went on to say how lonely her father was. I mean, it's just not normal stuff. He's looking at the rafters of a Motel 6 auditorium, talking to Melania's dead mother. The whole thing is just bizarre. Here, check this out.
But more important than Melania, I want to thank her incredible, beautiful mother who passed away a few days ago. And she's up there, way up there. She's looking down and she's so proud of us. And I just want to say to Amalia, you are special, one of the most special people I've ever known. And that was a tough period of time for the family, but she's amazing. She was amazing. So I just want to thank what she's done for our family and her husband, who's home right now and very lonely. He's a lonely man.
I've never in my life seen somebody be so awkward and struggle so much with human emotion. I mean, most people just send their love or send their condolences. To me, thanking somebody that just died days previous, especially it being your wife's mother, while looking at the rafters of whatever Motel 6 auditorium you happen to be in right then, is incredibly bizarre. And then to go on and say her father is a lonely man is just disgusting, in my opinion. But for me, listening to that, the most telling part is when he says it was a tough period of time for the family and not a tough period of time for us as a family, because as I said before, the man is incapable of showing or feeling human emotion. The next victim of Donald Trump's Con America tour is New Hampshire, commonly referred to as the Florida of New England for obvious reasons, with their January 23rd primary, and the rambling, cowardly con man continued to sound like the grandfather that needs to be put away at the home. If anybody can follow this next clip and knows what he's talking about, please leave it in the comments, because I have absolutely no friggin' idea.
But we're also going to place strong protections to stop banks and regulators from trying to debank you from your political beliefs, what they do. They want to debank you, and we're going to debank. Think of this. They want to take away your rights. They want to take away your country. The things you're doing, all electric cars, give me a break. If you want an electric car, good. But they don't go far. They're very expensive. They're going to be made in China. That's why I think I'm going to get the auto workers to vote for Trump. We're having great talks.
Here's Mr. 5150 again in New Hampshire, living in his own little fantasy land. And I hope you're sitting down for this one, because this is honestly the third take I've tried to do with this with a straight face. Donald Trump, out of his own lips, tries to take credit for the record highs in the stock market under Joe Biden. Not only does he take credit for that, but he also says that the crash in the stock market in China is due to his win in the Iowa caucus. Just check it out.
The next Trump economic boom will begin on November 5th, 2024. That will be an economic boom. And the only thing that they have now is a stock market that's going up. And it's only going up because people think we're going to win the election. I don't know if you saw yesterday. I felt very badly for them. China had a crash yesterday in their stock market. You know why? Because I won Iowa. So when people... It's true. It crashed.
It was at this moment that I realized, and I know you're going to say probably a little late, that the suckers that go to Donald Trump's rallies and the people that follow Donald Trump want to be lied to. Because a baby 3 days out of the womb wouldn't believe that bullshit. It's clear that these people don't go to hear Donald Trump speak about actual policies that may benefit them and their families' lives in a positive way. They don't go there to question what his health care plan might look like, because he's been talking about it coming out for the last 7 years. They don't go there to question why the tax breaks for the rich were permanent, but the tax breaks for the middle class are set to expire in 2025. No, they go there to have Donald Trump lied directly to their faces. They go there to hear some ridiculous form of a political comedy skit get. They go there to hear Donald Trump say mean things about the Democrats and anybody that opposes his fascistic, authoritarian point of view. And listen, I know if you're new here, you're probably thinking there's just no way he can be that unintelligible and inarticulate at every speech he gives. And I'm sorry to bring you the bad news, but our lie detector determined that was a lie. He just doesn't get any better. With every speech he gives, it's just incoherent, it's illogical, it's uncoordinated, jumbled, disjointed, whatever you want to call it. He's all over the place. Here he is with just the most illogical rant about corn and liquid gold and gas and oil. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise. I know this is hard to hear, but it's important. The shooter who murdered my son carried an AR.
And you know, we have more liquid gold and wealth under our feet than any other nation. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas, more liquid gold. Well, I just met non-liquid gold. You know where it was? Iowa. It's called corn.
I love corn. Corn.
They have, it's non-liquid. That's my take. You have more non-liquid gold. They said, what is that? I said, corn. They said, we love that idea. You know, that's a pretty cool thought, isn't it? That's a nickname in its own way, but we came up with a new couple of words for corn.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What the hell is he talking about? It was at this point in the speech that Donald Trump found it necessary to reassure his followers of his mental stability, and nothing says how mentally stable you are like bragging about the dementia test you passed several years ago. Here he is, continuing to brag and talk about and bring up, for some reason, that dementia test.
I actually feel better now than I did 30 years ago. Tell me, is that crazy? I feel better now. And I think cognitively, I'm better than I was 20 years ago. And they say that me, cognitively, I mean, I'm up here making a speech with no notes. I got these teleprompters. I haven't started practically reading them yet. You know Doc Ronnie, right? Ronnie, do you know Ronnie? Ronnie Jackson? I said, should I take a cognitive test? Because for a while, they were saying, this guy is so brilliant, he wants to take over the world. Then they said, this is one of the dumbest human beings ever. So what's the story? He said, well, the problem is, you know, people will find out, and if you do badly, it's not a particularly good thing. I said, well, is that a hard test? It can be hard. I said, look, I got to take it because I got to shut it up. And I took it, and I aced it. I think it was 30 questions. And let me tell you, you know, they always show you the first one, like a giraffe, a tiger, or this, or that, a whale. Which one is the whale? Okay, and that goes on for 3 or 4, and then it gets harder and harder and harder, and then it's multiplied 3,293 times 4, divide by 3. They have plenty of tough stuff.
Well, since you can bet your life on the fact that Donald Trump's never heard the answer to that math question, it's 4,390.6. And this would all be extremely easy to laugh at and really funny if Donald Trump wasn't the presumptive winner to become the nominee for president of the United States again for the Republican Party in 2024. I mean, the man is just an absolute threat to democracy. And if you don't take my word for it, let's see what they're saying about Donald Trump in England.
Because what he represents is, I believe today, a threat to the safety of the world, a threat to American democracy, upon which, whether you like it or not, huge amounts of stability and peace in the West depend.
And for all you trolls that are hate watching, I know you're probably saying to yourself, come on, Bri, that's just one liberal, level-headed, clear-minded, respected, well-established radio host in England. Okay, I got you. How about the former head of MI6, which is the military intelligence section and espionage agency for the British government?
Donald Trump said that Joe Biden, who is president, was a threat to democracy. Well, the former head of MI6, Richard Dearlove, has just suggested that re-electing Donald Trump would be a threat to our national security.
When you have incredibly intelligent people like that, when you have the former head of MI6, when you have myself and every other political commentator in the United States trying to tell you that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, hyperbole has gone out the window. I mean, this man is an existential threat to our existence in this country. And not only in this country, but the way that the United States affects every other country on earth. I mean, even within the last few hours, this was posted at 6:08 p.m. by Donald Trump. Just an absolutely unhinged rant on Truth Social. He posts, a president of the United States must have full immunity, without which it would be impossible for him/her to properly function. Any mistake, even if well-intended, would be met with almost certain indictment by the opposing party at term end. Even events that, quote-unquote, cross the line must fall under total immunity, or it will be years of trauma trying to determine good from bad. there must be certainty. Example, you can't stop police from doing the job of strong and effective crime prevention because you want to guard against the occasional quote-unquote rogue cop or quote-unquote bad apple. Sometimes you just have to live with the quote great but slightly imperfect end quote. All presidents must have complete and total presidential immunity, or the authority and decisiveness of the President of the United States will be stripped and gone forever. Hopefully this will be an easy decision. God bless the Supreme Court. Just Donald Trump's latest and most obvious attempt to not only lure and bait the Supreme Court into doing what they want because he put them there, and he's not going to let them forget that, but to convince everybody that the role of the president is to have absolute immunity no matter what his decision is, no matter what crime he commits, regardless of who is the authority to do anything they want, which just absolutely ends democracy, the rule of law, and everything else this country stands for all time. If for some reason at this point you haven't been taking this seriously, and because you're watching the Midas Touch Network at this point, I can tell you are, we really need to try to get...
Okay, before I get to the Vince McMahon video, I got two here, but one is by far the best one. I just want I want to show you something really hilarious. I mean, as soon as you think that you've seen it all when it comes to Trump supporters, MAGA Trump supporters. Let me see if it opened up. What is this shit? Get the fuck out of here. Baptized in the name of Trump. Now you see, it's a Trump rally. You see the American flag with the name Trump against the brick wall. Now look, this girl's being baptized by most likely an ordained minister supporting Trump. Baptized in the name of Trump. You believe this nonsense? It's insane. It's insane to the membrane, insane to the brain. All right? It's insane. Okay, next. Tommy Carroll's here. Cheers, JPM. Wish you well. To quote a beloved former First Lady, Eleanor Roosevelt, they go low, we go lower. I believe in going lower. You got to fight fire with fire. You can't negotiate and compromise with the forces of evil or people that quite possibly have inbreeding in their genetics and do not have all of their brain cells firing. Nah, you got to go low. Forget about what Michelle Obama says. They go low, we go higher. Yeah, higher means you're weak. You're weak. You're not willing to fight. You want to compromise. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? I love you. You love me. Remember Barney the dinosaur? That retarded purple dinosaur? I definitely don't agree with Michelle Obama. They go low, we go high. No. I believe it right in the below the belt. Repeatedly. That's the only way to fight the forces of evil. When The Exorcist, and like I'll give you an example. I know The Exorcist, Bishop Brian Ouellette of the hit show Ghost Adventures. We chat once in a while. He said, an exorcism is not for the faint of heart. You have to be really tough. You got to be really, really tough, and you got to fight just as viciously as the evil spirit. And that is what we have with the wicked, greedy, demonically controlled right-wing fascists. All right? Okay, now let me let's see. I already sent Ronnie S the link. I'm just spreading the links out here. I'm spreading the links. I'll be right with you. I'll be right with you, people. Okay, the links are out, except for one person, but the one person just wants to talk about booze and music, beer and music, nothing else. And then if we don't talk about booze or beer and music, he leaves immediately. Here he is, the one and only Ronnie S. Clearwater, Florida. How are you, sir?
Good evening, James.
All right.
I'm here to talk about booze and music. Is that all right?
I know you have your like headphones on. That's why your hair is sticking up in the air, which is fine. I mean, my hair does little flips and flops and waves and curls.
Yeah, it's a little chilly here. If you notice, I have my jacket on.
Yeah, wow. You have like a heavy quilted
No,
windbreaker.
it's not really heavy. It's pretty light.
Is it quilted? Is it?
No, it's pretty light.
Yeah, well, I was gonna
It's
say
brisk. Like 59 degrees right now in Tampa Bay.
59 in Tampa. Wow, it is February.
It was a beautiful day today, though. It was a beautiful day. I went out to a waterfront restaurant earlier.
What?
Yeah, only a few hours ago. As soon as the sun went down, though, oh man, it got brisk.
Was it in St. Pete?
No, it was not far along the Gulf Coast, an area called Indian Shores.
Indian Shores.
A small area. Yeah.
Oh, what kind of food was it?
I had the fried calamari and
Okay.
and a grilled chicken sandwich.
Grilled chicken.
But it's a seafood place, so yeah, you can get all kinds of stuff. But I wasn't doing anything crazy.
See, if I go out to eat, I flat out refuse to order chicken because I see chicken all the time when I'm home, or if I order Chinese takeout, on occasion I might get orange chicken or General Tso's chicken. Yeah, orange chicken is pretty good. I like it. I like it better than General Tso's chicken. But yeah, if I go out, I'll order something that I rarely see at home.
Yeah. Well, they make a good chicken sandwich.
Would you have like a chicken parmesan or something?
No, grilled chicken with some tomatoes, onions. Nothing crazy. It's a place for the views because it's right on the water. You see the boats go by.
Was it tender, juicy, and marinated chicken?
It was good. Yeah, it was definitely good.
So it was like eating like a chicken franchise.
But what I would say, actually, they make a great fried calamari there because it's full of meat. You don't get where they jip you where it's all breading. I hate that.
Oh no, I don't like that. You know what? You know where a lot of pizzerias screw people over with eggplant parmesan because they thinly slice the eggplant and they heavily bread it, and you get all this carbs loaded with oil.
Yeah, oh yeah. You can do it with eggplant. You can do it with chicken wings. The boneless chicken wings. If you go to Applebee's,
I don't know what that is.
Fucking forget it, man. Applebee's.
Boneless chicken wings.
Yeah, boneless chicken wings. Right? You never tried that?
I've never seen it. Is it so in other words, instead of a fake processed chicken McNugget kind of a thing. It's pure chicken wing meat.
If you go to Applebee's, it's worse than a chicken nugget. You're better off going to McDonald's. But if you go to a place that gives you like a good, chicken wings with no meat, boneless, where it's got a lot of meat in it, or at least supposedly meat, right? But if you go to Applebee's, it's hard breading. It's like really fried breading with very, very minimal amount of meat. It's disgusting.
Yeah. The last time I was at Applebee's, it was so many years ago. I went for the all-you-can-eat boneless ribs, barbecued. But it could have been, what it probably was, like pork loin. They probably got cheap pork, cut it in strips, cooked it in barbecue sauce, and called them boneless ribs.
Yeah.
That's probably what they did. All right, let's get this Vinny.
Oh, you're putting it on now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mentioned it so many times.
Vinny Mac?
Quack, 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 quack.
Your chance at the number one feeling, winning. Winning ranks higher than any other feeling, higher than number 30. Saying,
hey, Charlie,
I told you so.
Hey, I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Higher than number 8.
This is so twisted and sick. I guess there's so many places we could start. Let's start with this TKO and their stupid investigation that was about, I guess, like they're saying embezzlement, really. I mean, you take that's maybe a fancy word for it, probably not the right word legally.
I tell you, looking at these two women,
these broads.
Looking at these two good-looking broads.
I'll take the one on the left.
It kind of makes me think of the sensuality that Vince McMahon procured.
You know who the one on the right looks a little bit like Cody Rhodes' wife.
Cody Rhodes' wife. You're right. You're right. And also, who's the chick that married Prince? The British royal.
No, doesn't look like her.
The guy with the red hair. What the hell is his name? He's a prince, right?
Yeah. Harry.
Harry and.
Yeah, but she doesn't look like her.
Yeah, Harry's the redhead that married the black girl.
I think so.
Oh.
Well, you'd know, but
it doesn't look like.
Well,
her,
he took the money. Never mind the defecation. Now, I should be able to say that, right? That's the allegation.
Right.
He may want to run from it, but never mind the defecation. What is ostensibly rape, if I'm correct? I mean, there's an ex-president who the judge said.
Mick Von Raven, how are you, sir?
What's up, Mick? I can't hear you.
Oh, there he is. You can't hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
Groping.
Yeah, I hear you, but if you want to check things out, click on that asterisk looking. That's called settings. It's an asterisk icon.
Yes.
Underneath, and then check the audio. Make sure that the noise reduction and echo cancellation is activated, and then go to video and remove the mirrored effect in case you want to show something.
No, Mick.
What am I going? When I go to video, what am I hitting? Remove what?
Remove mirror. Make sure mirror is not selected.
All right, sure. Oh wait, no, it was selected. Nowhere.
You don't want that because you know why? If you hold up something, the letters will be backwards.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. I'm all set, bro. Can you hear me and see me okay?
And yeah, I do. And audio, I see you quite well. And
I just got a new phone.
Hey, congratulations. Hold on.
My 4-year-old phone got replaced.
Applause is in order.
Hold on.
What's up? Is that you, Ronnie? I can't see by that little picture.
Oh, you can't see me?
Yeah, that's right.
I can see you, but it's small print.
You gotta make it big screen.
No,
not on this phone. You don't.
No, I will make you guys big screen, but I'm playing the Vince McMahon.
Now,
The
Mick,
McMahon
let me ask you-
meltdown.
Let me ask Mick a question.
Yep.
What do you
Make it
think of
quick.
these two broads?
They seem knowledgeable and they seem intelligent, and they're pretty.
All right.
These girls are very pretty. I mean, to think in a very platonic, serious way, and and not let your fantasies wander.
I've watched a bunch of different videos on the topic. I've yet to see a woman's point of view.
All right, let's hear it. Woo!
Penetrating. I apologize, but I told you the first couple of stories are outrageous.
Penetration.
Can you unpack this? Because all of it makes me want to get in between those ropes. And there's this one move that they go up to the top rope and do some kind of move and like come down. And that's it. You win. And it looks very painful. I'd like
Randy Savage elbow. A commercial already?
Get him on the food channel, on the food group.
like to do that to all of them, including the board, because this
funny.
is sick. They hate women. You hate women if you've done this. You actually hate women. Your turn.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. And I think, you just mentioned the board. That investigation is about protecting the board. It's about protecting the shareholders. It has nothing to do with protecting the women who work for WWE, UFC, or now their merged entity, TKO. Just as the first investigation into Vince McMahon that led to his, supposed retirement in 2022, it had nothing to do with protecting.
Okay.
What was her name there, James?
All right. I don't know. I was just looking at her.
What happened? You gave up on it?
No. What happened to Mick?
I'm here.
It's just that it's not a short video, and if we keep pausing, it's going to take 1,000 years to get it over.
Okay, we can pause it, talk about it.
I watched it, and it's pretty much extortion. The contract he had with the girl was in dire need of a job. She was a rich kid whose family, mother and father, passed away, and she had to sell the townhouse or whatever it was. She had to sell it. There was some kind of personal bankruptcy going on. She was broke, and Vince hired her. Felt sorry for her. Plus, I'm sure he thought she was cute. But she wasn't a young, naive girl, because when she left the WWE, she was like in her early 40s.
Well, how old is McMahon?
So she was no
65
kid.
at least, I would think.
No, I heard he was 78.
No, he's in his upper 70s. So
I believe it.
He gave her a really good job, executive position, and little did she know
it was a no title job.
Well,
he hired her with nothing to do.
Yeah, well, he did give her some titles, legal, blah blah blah.
Yeah, but it didn't make any sense.
Mumbo jumbo titles. Okay, but the contract, little did she know she was going to be extorted into having sex with not only Vince McMahon and also disgusting his disgusting fantasies, and John Laurinaitis, who had an important job there, and others. Brock Lesnar, he
tried to entice Lesnar, but actually I don't think Lesnar went through with it, right?
I don't know.
I've been watching this story quite a bit.
I don't know. She had to bang anybody Vince told her to go bang.
And so Vince, little by little, he was talking to her when he first hired her, and then one interview or meeting, she showed up to wherever they were meeting, and Vince was in his underwear.
He was in his underwear.
He answered the door in his underwear.
Yes, he answered the door in his underwear, and then he started. It was the first time he started groping her, and it just.
Now people are going to say
It's escalated.
If it ever goes to court, which it definitely might not, but if it does, the defense is going to say, why didn't she quit once, she got wind of Vince's intentions? Why did she stay?
Look, she was no she
about
was no
illegal
sex,
aliens.
she was no sex slave. She could have left
Right.
and blew the whistle, but she liked the money.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
And that's
she
what
was,
that's what the defense is going to say.
yeah, she took the money, and just because he paid her $1 million instead of the total of
Instead of the $3 million.
$3 million, she filed the lawsuit. But all this time, she was doing all these disgusting things. So this is
Right.
what I have a problem with a woman's point of view, because they're going to not see the reality of this.
Yeah.
They're gonna feel sorry for the victim, the woman, the weaker sex, the big muscle man, Vince McMahon, abused her and
Not so much that he's a muscle man, it's that he's a billionaire.
and raped her for, and they all, well,
And
I'm
he
sure
trafficked her to other
I'm sure,
people, other guys.
look, they did it. They used the word rape, but they did it. She didn't want. She hated it. She didn't want to do it, but she did it because of the money. It's not that it was all forcibly. Now Vince McMahon is a different story. He hurt her. She got bruised by him jamming sex toys into her.
God! What a gross pig!
Here, listen to
What's
this.
wrong with his own dick? Not confident in it?
And he defecated. Let me talk. And he defecated on her head, Mick Von Raven.
And
Yeah,
also
you mentioned that. That's disgusting.
Okay, the
despicable.
Sex toys, he named the sex toys after wrestlers.
After wrestlers.
And he would say their names while he was I guess shoving them up her ass or whatever.
Right, and he wanted a threesome. He wanted a gang. He wanted a gangbang situation, and she had to do that. Now she had to do it because she allowed it to be done. I mean, any other woman will think and say, "Do I want a life as a sex slave and a whore, getting paid all this money? Am I willing to do this?" And the woman will make a decision: either do it or take off. All right. She wasn't. Nobody held the gun to her head, But I'm not sticking up for Vince McMahon. He's still guilty, and the others too. But I mean, she wasn't like a naive 18-year-old when she got hired.
She wasn't a saint, but she was a victim of what she agreed to. It sounds like she agreed to one thing, and he took it 18 times further.
It got out of hand. That's what I mean by escalate.
Sleeping with him is one thing. Sleeping with 10 other guys is a whole nother.
You know what it is about him? It's power and control. He's a control freak, and
he's egomaniacal. He's definitely a megalomaniac.
And he gets turned on by humiliate. He got turned on by humiliating people.
I've heard people have said that have known him over the years that he has a shit fascination.
Fecal fascination?
Yeah, like he likes shit jokes. Like if any of the guys would say, like, if they wanted to get on his good side, they'll tell a shit joke and he'll bawl out laughing.
You know how
it's a subject that he likes.
You know who I found out from? The guy I know that was a wrestler during the
guy in Jersey.
Let me talk. The guy who was a wrestler during the 1990s used to work out with Vince and train him. He was a competitive bodybuilder before he became a wrestler, and he used to work out with him. And he told me about the fetish.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's where I first heard it.
That's a disgusting fetish, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean,
it is. It is.
Shit's leaving our body for a reason because it's fucking toxic.
So
and
is
it
urine.
stinks. Yeah,
So
it's all
is urine.
stinky and who the fuck wants to be around that? That's what toilets are made for, not people. People are not human toilets. That is really total
You hit the nail
humiliation.
on the head. You hit the. Let me answer Tommy Carroll because I think he leaves late at night. You know, I don't know what he does, but he leaves.
Proceed, please.
JPM, what's your opinion of the illegal aliens that beat up the cops and were released without bail in New York City? I think it's despicable. I think
Crock of shit.
I think they should be arrested, and after they serve time, they should be deported.
Yes. You don't want those kind of people in this country.
No.
That don't respect authority and laugh in their face and then get released without bail is that's unbelievable.
Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens should not be allowed to flood into United States because it's overwhelming the country, the economy, crime rate. I watched a video about where this black guy was cursing at this cop in Boston, saying that I'm an American. I was born and raised in the United States. I'm not a homeless guy. I work full time, 40 hours a week. And he says, I can't afford to live with the cost of living being the way it is. I can't afford to live anymore here. And these illegal aliens are being taken care of. The Biden administration is this guy should be replaced by, let's say, a Gavin Newsom, because he is going to screw his own reelection campaign. I'm telling you.
Why Gavin Newsom?
Because he's a much stronger, much younger, more effective, more knowledgeable on homeless.
He's
But
the best.
California where the homeless problem.
He's
really
the
got
best
started?
candidate available.
He's the best Democrat available.
And he's quite good.
Who else?
What about Cuomo? Bring Cuomo back.
That's not going to happen. He's been permanently damaged. It's over for him. Just like they did with Al Franken. They sacrificed these guys.
Al Franken was a pussy for resigning. Andrew Cuomo, he should never resign. He
got railroaded. He should have stood it and said, "Take me to trial." He should have.
Yeah. Railroad.
Yeah, it's bullshit. He should have said, "Take me to trial." It was all fabricated to make sure he could never run for president, which is totally preposterous.
The New York State Attorney General, let me tell you, that he was a victim of politically correct feminism.
He was politically assassinated by it, and it was a crock of shit.
What about this guy that's running against Biden, or he's trying to? I don't even
Who's
remember his name.
Testing these links. Why are you
I mean, you guys are Democrats. You don't even have any idea who this guy is?
Never heard of him. I only know Biden.
You gotta pay a little bit more attention.
I'm an independent.
Is that so? Well, then what's his name?
I can't even remember.
There's a guy that's running, but I don't
He's
know.
A congressman.
He was on Bill Maher. He may be running, but he's actually nothing. He's nobody. He's not going to do a thing.
But like you're saying, he's probably a better shot than Biden.
No, not that guy. It's Gavin Newsom's. It's the candidate that should be running right now.
This guy is actually running.
But Western Mike doesn't want to take it. Western Mike doesn't want to take a chance with the link. I don't know why.
Well, let me tell you something. When they have the Democratic National Convention, they're going to have to make a switch to.
Where do you go?
What did Mike say about the link? What was that thing?
He says he's boycotting the link.
Someone's trying to call me.
He doesn't want to take a chance and try it. He says next weekend. And next weekend comes. And
no,
then
but he said JK, so that means just kidding.
Oh, just kidding. Oh. Support Israel? No way. I ain't supporting Netanyahu for shit. Support Israel? But the settlement thing pissed me off, like the senseless attack that also went too far. Hey, they killed innocent children.
Sorry, I got a phone call and I tried to get rid of it.
Tens of thousands were murdered of Palestinians. Tens of thousands were killed. I think almost 40,000.
I heard it was like
I can't hear
yeah,
you guys. I
like
might have to reboot.
25,000. So yeah, on this topic, the original attack by Hamas into Israel was about like 1,500 Israelis died, right? Which is horrible. So far,
Sorry, I had a phone
heard,
call. It fucked me up.
the latest I heard, it was like 25,000 Palestinians were killed. So you're comparing 25,000 to 1,500. It's a little bit exaggerated. No.
Yeah. Well, they've been fighting for
thousands of years. It's not really thousands of years. It's just like,
well, you know, the Palestinian.
They've been fighting since 1948.
The Palestinian are the modern day descendants, I think, of the Philistines.
Yeah, there could be some links there.
You know, Goliath was a Philistine. The David.
But Goliath was big.
Yeah, but I think it was God that made the stone in his sling kill, or an angel or something. I think they mentioned that the angel, the protector of Israel, was the archangel Michael. Michael, which is Michael.
Michael the archangel.
Yeah, well, Michael is the Hebrew word for it.
There's a great song by Sam Hain, Archangel. It's a great song. The punk band Sam Hain, Danzig was in it.
In Islam, they call him Jabril. No, that's Gabriel. Gabriel is Jabril. Sorry.
I don't like punk music.
He's the divine messenger.
If I lived back in the late 70s, early 80s, I would be a disco guy.
Good to know. Thank you for the info. When the time machine gets invented, we'll use it, bro. Till then, up the irons, motherfuckers.
I think James would agree.
No,
James went out and did his disco.
I like freestyle. I like disco, but I like also heavy metal. I like both.
You like heavy metal?
I like punk rock, heavy metal, blues. I like a small amount of disco. Handful of songs.
I like a lot of the new wave songs from the 80s.
I like new wave. Yeah, new wave is cool.
I like different things. I like Vivaldi's Four Seasons. You know, classical music. Vivaldi, Bach Toccata. You know, where it goes da 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 da. You know, spooky kind of song. Yeah, I like different things. I don't like modern day country western because they get political. They start pushing.
I don't really like country music.
They start doing the freaking flag waving, you know, the whole right wing flag waving.
Yeah, it's not even just that though. It's just such random music that it's more suited to, I don't know, the middle of the country.
Immigrants can't steal jobs unless they're citizens.
This is a silly comment because immigrants don't have to be citizens to be able to work. They can get a work permit without being a citizen.
They got to get a work permit, and they don't even have to have a green card to work. They can. There's a work permit.
I mean, you could work off the books first of all with nothing.
I mean, if they got a work permit, they can work on the books, but they don't even have to have a green card to work.
Right. You definitely don't have to be a citizen. So.
No, Mike, it's not true. Sorry.
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 I was at Comcast Xfinity for like 4 hours when they were transferring the info from my old phone to my new one. It was a long day, gentlemen.
Why boy.
Because I have a watch, Apple phone. It just took a long time.
It's annoying.
Yeah, it was. It tears you out just sitting there.
What version do you have of your phone now?
I know the latest one, the very last release. That's all I know.
I think that's a 15. I recently got a new phone a couple of weeks ago. I got the 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well,
definitely.
Knock on wood.
By the way, are we talking strictly about Vince McMahon and immigrants, or
No, not strictly, but we have.
I know.
to-
I meant that as kind of a sarcastic joke.
Yeah, we have to let it. We have to let it wear itself out.
This whole thing with pausing the trial for Trump, it's unheard of. Why did that happen? Why is that being allowed? That's insane. It's like that'd be like pausing the Nuremberg 7 trial. What the fuck? I mean, Jack Smith can't be happy, and why they're allowing it, I don't know.
For pausing it.
I don't really know because Trump requested it because he's in campaign. And I also don't like this idea that everyone says it's like a shoo-in that he's got the next election. They got to slow their roll on that. It's not a
comment.
Yes.
Because you're showing the comment. So it says undocumented citizens. There's no such thing as an undocumented citizen. If you're a citizen, you have documents. Right? Right?
That's true. Yes. So anyhow, this political landscape, the economy's getting better in some areas and staying bad in others.
Yeah,
the gas came down, but the groceries have not.
What is the gas going down 10 cents here and there?
No, my gas was $3.77 a gallon for premium, which was super good price.
Their price
premium. I don't even
Yeah, I have to run premium in my car. It gets better gas mileage.
For groceries, they're definitely price gouging. For groceries, they're definitely price gouging.
Even I went to Best Buy to buy a couple of cases and glass covers for my new phone and iPad, and have that installed and everything. It was $275.
For
$275.
Oh my god, it's a lot.
Yeah. Cornholio, the great Cornholio.
Yeah, I dread, grocery shopping now. It's hard.
I don't dread it. I mean, I gotta eat, so it's part of life.
I do have to eat, but I dread it.
Amazon, it tells you suitable for Apple model, blah 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 blah.
Well, I had them install it, and they put the glass coating on the front. I don't like doing that.
This coating.
All right, the see me white coating. Gotcha. I don't think my phone needs that. Thanks, though.
Like Vince McMahon.
No, but I'm saying.
No, his is more brown.
I'm talking about the cost.
Yeah, I know. I know you are. I'm being sarcastic as well. I'm answering your joke with my own joke. Come on.
We can joke around here, right?
Ha 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 ha.
Well, we've been doing it since day one. JPM, just a song before I go looking forward to some new Billy Joel music after all these years.
I'm after The Stranger, I kind of lost interest in Billy Joel myself.
The only song I like was Pressure.
Billy Joel is the guy from Long Island.
I thought that was Queen.
I don't want no Peter Pan advice. Pressure.
Right, James?
Yeah, you remember that song.
Luckily, I don't. I'm not a huge Billy Joel fan by any stretch. I like The Stranger. I liked It's Still Rock and Roll. To me, was a cool song, but he got pretty schmaltzy after a while.
He is schmaltzy. I don't like schmaltz. I don't like anything. I don't like anything sappy.
Schmaltzy is extra white, no black, no African ingredients.
Like a Jewish word.
Schmaltz is an old time word. You look it up. It's been around.
I bet it came from Yiddish.
Schmaltz is a type of music.
Disco.
Schmaltz and rock. Schmaltz and blues made rock. Schmaltz and blues. Like Glenn Miller was schmaltz, I think, wasn't he? Or was he swing?
Schmaltz is a type of
Glenn
music.
Miller was swing.
It's a type of music. Schmaltz.
He was big
I gotta look that up.
He was Tommy Dorsey.
Hey, what do you think of them finding Amelia Earhart's plane finally? Isn't that unbelievable? She went down in the ocean.
They really did find remnants?
They say they did. They're claiming they have.
Well, then she wasn't eaten by coconut crabs. She was...
Well, remember they thought she was on some slave island or something. They created all kinds of...
They put her in a pot. The cannibals were cooking her,
Yeah, they said all kinds of baloney about her that was never true. Hey, you never
where do
hear
they
anything
find the
about the?
plane?
I don't remember which ocean. The Pacific, I assume. I don't remember where she was flying. I wasn't alive when it happened.
Neither was I.
Why don't we hear anything about the Bermuda Triangle anymore? Remember in the 70s, that was a huge thing.
I've been watching. I
I've heard
watch
about
them
it.
when they're on the Travel Channel. Bermuda Triangle documentaries.
It's
There
still a
was
thing.
there's a lot of boats and planes missing. Oh yeah, without a doubt. That's something going on. Something.
Yeah,
There
it's
could be a
definitely
portal.
yeah.
There could be
Sure.
a portal there, guys.
Maybe a portal to hell.
It could be a time portal, portal to another dimension. I mean, I know, alien. They're not all aliens. You know, the shadow people they say are beings from another dimension. They're interdimensional travel.
Demons.
What beings?
Demons.
Yeah, I didn't mean lime.
Mike is correct in his comment. People without citizenship.
People
He's saying
without
now.
citizenship.
Oh, now they don't have citizenship.
Okay, good to know. Thanks, Mr. Mike.
Yeah, beans. I didn't say beans like lima beans. I mean a being, a being, BEING.
B-E
I'll be there in a minute.
and a bean.
BEING. Bingo was his name.
Okay, a bean.
I just want to say I've been trying to say it for 1,000 hours, but you know,
What?
oh, it's finally quiet.
Say it. We're waiting.
Mick Vaughn, you've been a bad boy. No, Mick Vaughn Raven, his video, knock on wood,
They
is
got
like,
a new phone.
it's freaking
I got a brand new
Let me
phone, man.
finish. It's freaking high definition, his audio. I mean, and look, I just want to show you how good his video is.
Hello.
Right, now,
His videos.
How are you?
tell me
Pretty
about.
good.
Good evening, all.
Wait a second, hold on.
Hello, citizens and not citizens of the world.
Yeah. I'm a citizen myself.
Take me to.
Citizens arrest! Citizens arrest! Remember that one on Andy Griffith?
Citizens Arrest.
Hey, Mr. Roboto.
Disco Roboto. Is that Disco Roboto or Mr.
No, Mr. Roboto, not Disco. It was Sticks, not ABBA.
I thought it was a Disco Roboto.
No, sorry, bro.
You know, like the when Michael Jackson did the Dancing Machine. You know.
Let's not talk about Michael Jackass Jagoff. God, that fucking pedophile piece of shit.
Yeah.
They said it shouldn't affect his legacy. Oh yeah, it should. His music can go to hell as far as I'm concerned, except for when he was a little boy in the Jackson 5. That's when he didn't know any better.
The Jack Off 5.
Yes.
How come nobody ever did a seminar with a shake weight? You ever see this? Remember the shake weight commercials?
No. We got a message here from JPM.
Well, it's not from me. It's from Tommy Carroll.
Oh, to you.
To me. JPM and.
Oh, yes.
Isn't this a great nation? We're still free enough to express our own opinions. Have a great week, guys.
Hell yeah. Freedom of speech rules, man. We can go on the air and say anything we want about anything we
I
want.
gotta toast Tommy Carroll for saying that. I still can't figure out where Tommy Carroll goes in the wee hours of Saturday, but the main thing is.
Hey, maybe he's getting a little loving.
You mean afternoon? No, it can't be afternoon delight. Skyrockets in flight. It's
I think it's an evening one, bro. No afternoon there.
Skyrockets in flight. Evening delight. Oh, evening. Yeah, I think he's got I think there's some chickie poo that he probably visits.
He's not married?
I have no idea. I know Bart Robinson is single. He's a single swinging bachelor.
Okay.
And I think, yeah, he's divorced. I don't know. I think he's single. Yeah, and he lives in Woodstown.
My phone was 4 years old when I traded it in, so I figured I might as well get modern.
Is this phone brand new? I hope it is.
Brand spanking new. Yes, sir. Of course it is.
And I'm sure it takes much better videos and photographs. If you see UFOs over Lake Michigan, I'm sure it would take very good video of it.
Yes. I mostly take videos of concerts.
There you go, concerts.
Ah.
Now, Vince McMahon, he was beyond pervert. Beyond pervert.
Yeah, when you start wanting someone to let you shit on their head, that's called demented.
He has a thing about humiliating others. He
Women
really,
is his favorite to humiliate.
Well, he has a thing about the shit in the ass too, because you remember on TV, he has the Kiss My Ass Club.
Yeah.
He would get guys to kiss his ass in the middle of the ring. So yeah, he's a fucked up guy.
Oh God, what a gross pig!
And that was supposed to be just his character.
TV
But-
I love women's asses, but when they're free of shit though and nice
No,
and
but
clean.
it wasn't even women. He had.
I know.
guys.
Yeah, it sounds kind of gay actually.
Would you just let it go if a very hot girl farted in your face?
Right in my face?
Yeah.
I would. Yeah.
I mean, if I was involved with her and it happened after a while, maybe. But if she just came up to me and farted in my face, I'd be like, "Fuck
Yeah, I mean,
off."
I guess context is key, right?
And
So they-
by the way,
that's what
not
they
many
say.
people I know fart in my face since I was a kid when my brothers would do it to each other and we try to, do it to each other. That was a childhood event. I don't remember any that's transferring over to an adulthood.
I didn't even do it when I was a kid.
Yeah, did you have brothers that would sit on your face and fart and shit?
I was
older
the older
brothers.
brother. I had two younger.
So you were
brothers.
doing it. Oh, got it. Okay.
Well, the problem is,
And I
like,
never did
you know
it to
what's
them.
funny? If once you get acquainted with somebody and you get comfortable with them and you know them for a while, the farting is
second nature.
Now, how long do you think it took before Vince let out the first fart?
Probably about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering.
Like in the first
Well,
meeting?
there was a timeline when he first started grabbing her from behind and groping her. This girl, Miss
I think
Grant.
it was the time that she met him when he answered the door in his underwear. That's when it first kind of.
Was she already hired?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, and she probably really liked the starting salary she was getting, because she didn't run, she didn't
Now,
take
okay,
off.
so what happened? So she got hired in I think it was May of 2019, and then this stuff was going on for like 2 years or so, and it was either late 2021 or into 2022. She had to sign a non-disclosure agreement with the WWE. You know about that stuff?
Yeah.
Right. So she wasn't supposed to say anything at all. I think that was actually in 2021, and that was for $3 million. Vince paid her $1 million.
Yeah.
And then he didn't pay her the next $2 million. And what happened was it came out sometime in 2022 that it was an anonymous tip that Vince was having sexual, what do you call it? Not transgressions, but harassment. Yeah, harassment.
Yeah.
With several women, but it wasn't known who went out, who came and said that. And it's kind of assumed that it was this lady, but she did it anonymously. But actually, nobody knows really who did it. And then it's thought that maybe that's why Vince didn't pay the remaining $2 million to her for the non-disclosure agreement, and that's why she's coming at him now, because she was never paid the remaining $2 million, and now she can make it into an even bigger thing.
He's actually quite stupid with this.
He just paid the $2 million back, right? The $2 million to her, and she wouldn't have said anything, probably.
Yeah, he's must be getting senile.
Yes.
Letting this kind of shit happening.
He seems very sloppy, right? What he's doing is
Well,
sloppy.
a certain amount of steroids does affect your brain. You know that,
Well, and
right?
he's getting old. He's getting
Yeah.
older. And he's acting like a teenager. So he's doing a lot of stupid shit.
He probably likes a lot of it too, the attention he gets, but he probably did not like having to resign from his own company. What are you taking a
It's not his
selfie?
company anymore.
Yeah. Who owns it now?
It's this company called Endeavor, which is like an umbrella company for the WWE and the UFC.
Oh.
UFC. Yeah.
Are you taking a selfie, James, or what are you doing, buddy?
No, I'm showing my friend little Jimmy Pesto. He was never on the show before.
Okay.
He's an old friend of mine.
Jimmy's the wrestling guy, right?
No, he's not a wrestler. He's the
Jimmy Pesto.
head of little Jimmy.
Oh shit!
Pesto.
I got something in the car. I got to get. That's got to be defrosted. Let me call you back. I forgot about it. Bye.
All right.
I got to call you back.
Good luck.
Yeah, he's the head of. I can never tell him the. I'll tell him when he comes.
He's the head of talent relations.
Little Jimmy Pesto. Right? No, I'll tell you guys when he comes back. I'll tell you.
Who's the head of talent relations?
Oh, now?
No. Back in when the Bella twins were there.
John
Laurinaitis, right? Yeah.
John Laurinaitis. I know Pat Patterson had an important job.
No, but yeah, he wasn't the head of talent relations though.
No, he's the head of being a gay perv. A gay pervert.
John Laurinaitis was the head.
John Laurinaitis.
He was responsible for hiring the Bella twins.
Yeah.
And then he eventually married their mother.
Nicole
and Brie.
And Brianna, their real last name is Garcia.
Right. And John Laurinaitis married their mother. Did you know that?
That's true. That's true. The Bella's mom, yeah. And
what do you think she thinks about these things coming?
That's why the Garcia sisters are really not saying anything.
No, they can't. Yeah. This. What are they going to say?
Now, I wonder if Brock Lesnar was married to Sable when
he was. He's still married to Sable.
No. When he partook,
he didn't partake.
Allegedly.
No, even allegedly, it's in the allegations that Vince tried to get this girl to send him pictures, which I think she did, and then like the night they were going to meet up, Vince went out with all the other guys, probably with John Laurinaitis, and with Brock Lesnar. And Brock Lesnar was supposed to meet up with this girl at a hotel later on that night. Supposedly he got too drunk, and he didn't end up doing it. Brock Lesnar.
Mm-hmm.
So he just passed out, and then that was it. And he still signed with the WWE, but it wasn't because of anything having to do with her. But that's all allegedly too.
Right. Well, it's only going to get worse once this.
Juicy story, man.
Once more dirt comes out of the laundry.
A lot of interweaving,
Well,
going on.
you know why it's going to get really horrendous, become a horrendous national drama is because Vince.
Everybody knows
denies
who he is.
Everybody knows, but Vince denies everything.
What else is he gonna do? I mean, he can't plead guilty.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, what I was saying was, little Jimmy Pesto is the head of security for the Platinum Dolls Gentlemen's Club and all the shenanigans that go on there.
That's cool. That's in Manhattan.
Sorry about that. No. I had some frozen dinners in my trunk I had bought, and I forgot about them. And when you talked about food, I remembered.
Well, isn't it cold enough there?
No, it's 44. They're in good shape, though. They were buy 3, get 1 free. They're gourmet frozen dinners made at a deli called Felicia's Market.
The Felicia's Market?
Yes. You get a free blowjob with every meal.
So, in other words, you had them in a trunk. So out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, well, it's called. I'm at my age. I forget shit. Unfortunately.
You know what I learned from this old lady at this ethnic Latin American supermarket.
Not an
This
ethnic
old lady-
cleansing market. An ethnic. Okay, gotcha.
No, the old lady. I saw her. She had a cooler, not a styrofoam one, a good one. She had a cooler in a trunk. It was summertime. It was like July, hazy, hot, and humid. And she was putting all her perishables in the cooler. And in the cooler, she had a whole bunch of those frozen blue things.
Yeah.
I go, hey, this is smart, man. She goes, it is because now I don't have to rush home with my perishables.
Well, you know what? These
I don't
things
have-
are still frozen solid, so I'm good.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying.
I have a bag I put them in, a hot and cold bag.
Oh, the silver bag.
It's not silver, but it's insulated bag.
I'll show you what silver one. I got this at the Dollar Tree.
I don't have my picture anymore when I get my camera off. Oh, it's back. All of a sudden I say that and my picture's back. Ha ha. Oh, Ronnie, how's the weather in Florida? A bit humid?
It's chilly. Right now it's chilly, overnight, but during the day.
Yeah, it was 44. It was beautiful today in Chicago. Yeah, mine's
nice,
actually
yeah.
a stronger, bigger bag than that. I used to have one of those. It disintegrated. Yeah, mine disintegrated. I have a bigger one, and it's thicker and more insulated.
So in other words,
disseminated.
It's thicker than this.
Yes, sir. Much thicker. I've had it for years too.
He's talking about an insulated bag, not his schlong.
Oh, not a woman I know. She's an insulated bag.
The picture's gone, Nick.
Oh, because I didn't switch. Because I'm in the middle of something. James, I'll find the bag and show you the difference.
Oh, okay. But anyway, what I did was I ran out and I bought a nice medium-sized Coleman cooler, a Coleman. Just to, at the time I had a car, just to keep it in the trunk to do what that lady did.
Here's the bag I have. Can you see it at all?
Hold on. Costco wholesale. Oh yeah.
This has got a zipper. It's old. It's more sturdy than the one you have.
So, and that's a thermal insulated bag, right?
Yeah, and you could put pizzas in it, or frozen stuff. It's awesome. When you're shopping.
Is it how is it as a thermal insulated bag? It works good?
Yes, it's excellent. Those meals were still frozen, and they've been in my car for hours, like 8 hours.
You should get a few of those blue things from the dollar store and put them in the freezer.
Only if I have to. I have some stuff already, but usually I come home right away after grocery shopping. Except for when I go to Comcast Xfinity and I'm there for 4 hours. Oh, God.
What? 4 hours?
They were buying the new stuff and then having them set up transferring my stuff and my Apple Watch. And
oh, my God. Anyway, Western Mike has been saving money at Trader Joe's. It costs him $70.
What did he save? $5?
70 grocery shop.
So, what do you guys think about these soldiers that were killed? People are saying Biden has blood on his hands because of it.
Ah, come on.
I'm just asking.
I mean, what do you think about them being killed? Why were they there? Why were they in the middle of the desert in Jordan?
Why were they there? See, I would not risk any
boots on the ground.
That's technically boots on the ground.
I would not put boots on the ground for Netanyahu.
Boots have been on the ground for many years.
No, he's a right-wing fascist.
He's a piece of shit for letting that happen. They had the intelligence. They didn't really think that they would go through with it, and they found out the hard way that the intelligence was correct. Just like we had the intelligence on 9/11, and we didn't believe it either.
True. Yeah, I mean, that's proven that
a lot of dumb things.
Yeah, they brought it to the president's attention, and didn't.
Yeah, that was Bush. He's the
Right.
one that broke up Iraq and
AWB.
created all the tension in the Middle East more than it was already. They should
Right.
have left Iraq alone. There was more peace in the
All
area
right.
when
No,
it
I
was
agree
all.
with you, man. I'll be right back.
Yeah, ISIS. Okay, so yeah, it's been. I also don't like this where they're trying to say that Trump's already won the election. Get the fuck out of here. We'll find out when they actually have an election. And as far as the recession has stopped, but some areas are still expensive and others are cheaper now. It's kind of a hit and miss, so it's hard to say. I'd like things to turn around. I mean, we need younger men running for president. It shouldn't be 82 and 77. It's kind of outrageous. And I think that's one of the problems of this country. We don't put enough quality candidates ahead. And I don't know. I'm pretty unhappy with the way things are going on. This country needs to wake up, and the middle class and democracy are two things that have been in jeopardy for quite a while right now. And frankly, without the middle class, this country won't survive. It'll be fascist city. All the rich guys will just look down upon the poor and shite all over them, Vince McMahon style. Um, you know, and as far as democracy, there's not a better way to live. If we don't have democracy, we won't be able to have these videos. We won't have free speech. We won't be able to talk publicly. People will be executed for speaking against the government. We need free speech constantly, and people have to remember that on election day.
Yep.
I'm having a tall boy here of a Heineken tall boy. My neighbor left for me. He also leaves me these Fireball shots. I've never had them. Are they any good?
That's a cinnamon.
Yeah, I'm not a big cinnamon guy. That's a kind of a kid thing to me. Cinnamon's good in certain things and rice pudding and other stuff. But as far as liquor,
No,
I don't know. I've never tried it.
It's a little too sweet for me.
Oh, you're talking about the Fireball shot itself?
Yeah. It's I heard that's what Dr. Pepper pretty much is, cinnamon soda.
Yeah, are we catching you queefing a butt biscuit, buddy? Or you okay?
I mean, he's.
Oh no, I'm putting drops in my eyes. My eyes felt.
I heard you straining. I figured you were kind of pinching a loaf off there or something.
At least you turned the camera off.
Vince McMahon style and such onto someone's skulligans. Just the way you like. I'm gonna do your hair just right. Hold still.
Oh, so do you want to hear the whole story with that, Mick? So
yeah,
I don't know if this was with John Laurinaitis, but they were in a threesome. Is the story?
What happened to my mug? I forgot.
So Vince McMahon likes threesomes with other men. Ew,
yeah.
Gross.
Yeah.
That's kind of gross.
So with this lady, and he defecated on her face or on her head. Then Vince McMahon went to take a shower, and he told her she's got to keep pleasuring this other guy.
With shit all over her?
Yeah. Like she couldn't even.
Who defecated on her? Vince did, right?
Allegedly, Vince McMahon did. So he went to take a shower and clean himself off, but this chick had shit on her head, and she had to keep going for like an hour more. She had to keep going with this other dude. So that was like
Mike says back in a minute.
Yeah, your minute is up.
That was his order. He was in charge, and I guess she had to listen. And it's fucked up, man. What do you think about Biden sanctioning settlers assaulted Palestinians?
I think that assault is assault. And it should
Why are we getting involved though in that area? That's not our area to police.
Exactly.
We need to get out of there and let them fight their own fight wars.
Yeah, well, that's the best thing I've heard all night.
Why must the United States be the police officers of the world? Why?
It's ridiculous.
Be that simple. You got to complicate things and be stupid and say we're fighting terrorists and shit like that.
Because they want to instigate a war so they can make another fortune.
Well, James, does Israel have the right to defend itself?
Yeah, of course.
Does it? That's what everybody asks, right?
I mean,
Do they have the right to defend themselves?
now, were they
Does
fighting?
America have to give them the right, or they can take the right themselves?
No, anybody in the world has a right to defend themselves.
Sure, but does it have anything to do with America? Yeah, defend yourself, but we don't have to fund it.
No,
Right.
no, and the same thing goes for pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into Ukraine.
Ukraine, yeah, the failed state of Ukraine. Yeah, they're in a mess, man.
You know, let the European
That
Union
that war would have ended
let the European Union help them out.
over 2 years ago. That war would have ended if it wasn't for the U.S. interfering. Billions of dollars. For what? Billions of dollars of for weapons.
Well, Ukraine, I heard, was very corrupt.
Yeah, it's. I heard it was the most corrupt country in Europe. That's a lot of countries there, man.
Yeah. So why should we sympathize with Ukraine?
I gotta plug my computer in, James.
Yeah. Why should we sympathize with Ukraine being independent if they
Well, we definitely don't want Russia taking over any countries whatsoever, corrupt or not. We don't want Russia involved in any land grabs ever.
Ronnie says we should just abandon Ukraine. To hell with them.
Not Ukraine. The Middle East, yes. The Middle East, we should not have boots on the ground. We should not get involved. People didn't like the way Biden pulled out. He was the only one that did. I don't care what they say. He pulled out when others failed.
You mean Afghanistan?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, he pulled out of Afghanistan, and the Taliban they took over really quick.
Well, they were going to do it no matter who did it, who pulled out of there, whether it was quick or slow. Taliban were coming either way, unfortunately.
So in other words, without the United States being there, you might as well say the Taliban is
yes.
The opposition to the Taliban didn't stand a chance.
And us pulling out of there was part of us not policing the world, I think. We put billions of dollars into these countries. How much equipment we abandoned in Afghanistan? Billions and billions. It's just, we've done some really silly shit. Really stupid.
Right.
I heard we're having targets against Iraq. We're not. Now, are we going after Iran? Somebody said, well, Iran's our enemy, blah, blah, blah. They're uncivilized. Well, Iran actually used to be our ally.
They're not uncivilized.
They're not. They're most civilized country in the area, and they used to be our ally.
Yeah, until
ally.
The Ayatollah took over. Right.
The people of Iran, they don't like the government of Iran. Many of them don't.
Right, but anyway, it's none of the U.S.'s business.
They can't criticize.
Well, I'm talking about getting them as our ally and getting them off a nuclear path. Trump getting rid of that treaty. That treaty wasn't perfect, but it was better than what's going on now, which is nothing.
One of the more stupider decisions of the Trump administration.
Well, he went to reverse everything that Obama did. It wasn't really what I'd call a policy. That's
most
not
definitely, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a policy. It's just a baby-like activity.
I mean, I gotta say you're right. He had a grudge against Obama, and he wanted to.
Well, he did what every Republican wanted to do.
Not every Republican, but yeah, mostly.
The Republican Party as a whole, though, you know what I mean. They hated Obama because he was black.
The tax, the tax
break
or whatever the tax breaks that Trump put in, that wasn't a Trump thing. That was just a Republican thing.
I hate to tell you, those tax breaks are what led to the recession. Mm-hmm. People can say this, that, and the other, but his billionaire friends still aren't paying their fair. What?
Which recession?
The one that kind of the mini recession that came and hopefully went.
When was that?
Recession?
Yeah,
the one they've been talking about.
Right now?
Yeah, you don't know the recession they've been
Well,
talking
no.
about?
What they say is there hasn't been a recession.
The rich haven't paid their fair share in taxes since Ronald Reagan changed the tax system in their favor. He's the one that sent them on a tax vacation, and then guess who picks up the burden? The middle class, which happens to involve small businesses, mom and pop stores, Main Street, and professionals, self-employed
Professional wrestlers.
professionals. All of them, even like a CPA or or a doctor or a dentist.
Like a Vince McMahon.
No, Vince McMahon is not a middle class.
Bit like Vince McMahon. You're funny. Oh shit! What happened to the stream?
Yeah, I was just kidding.
Oh yeah, you got a little pixely all of a sudden.
All the pictures are. Hold on.
I guess me knocking on wood didn't chase the
wood knocking didn't work.
The trolls away, the gnomes or whatever.
Have you
There
seen,
you guys are.
Yeah.
Fart Doctor?
All right. I want to show respect and have I'd say a 21 bell salute for the past.
Oh, you lost him now.
Hold on. Hey, Vic.
21 is a lot of bells.
Because he probably.
I don't know if I want to hear 21 bells either.
Too bad. I wanted Carl Weathers passed away. You know, Apollo Creed, and he was in. I wanna give a moment. 21 bells salute to Carl Weathers, who passed away at age 76.
And also, Wayne Kramer of the MC5, kick out the jams, motherfuckers. He passed away from pancreatic cancer at 75 also. He was one for free speech and very political group, the MC5. Please mention him also.
Okay. All right. I don't know who he is. Wayne what? Wayne Newton?
Wayne Kramer from the MC5.
Wayne Kramer.
Kick out the jams, motherfuckers was the name, how the song went. It got censored.
Okay. You said it. Okay. Rest in peace, Carl Weathers and
Wayne Kramer.
Wayne Kramer.
The MC5 were managed by John Sinclair, who was the head of the White Panthers. They were, trying to emulate the Black Panthers, and they were about sit-ins and they also were against the Vietnam War. They were against racism.
Now, why do they do this? They put the music louder than his voice. Carl Weathers.
He died unexpectedly. I couldn't believe he died.
I'm sorry. That's still young even for a man.
Yeah, 76 is young.
Yeah.
Did they even say they didn't even say the cause of death yet, have they?
No.
I wonder if it was a heart attack or something sudden. Because he was just in movies.
Hey.
For whatever reason, you're a little blurry now. There you go. You're back in focus.
Yeah,
I like Carl Weathers.
I have an automatic focus on this Logitech high definition, but it keeps on refocusing and refocus. Why can't it just focus once? And these programmers are so overrated, just like the ones that created voice to text. The biggest moron.
That shit doesn't work. It always puts the worst stuff on there.
Mick, you gotta just type it in. You can't be lazy.
Tell me about it, man.
Well, most of the words are correct, but it fucks up all the time. It's like They're the most incompetent programmers.
I've never used voice to text ever.
They
I
really
never
need to
even
go back.
tried it.
And these are the morons. These are the probably interns that Zuckerberg hires. That's why he has so many glitches in his social media platforms.
Speaking of Vince McMahon, Zuckerberg is in some heat as well, legal heat.
As well, he should be, that heathenistic android.
Yeah, he needed a
He
booster.
looks like an android, right?
When he went to Washington to be questioned.
Sat on a booster seat.
He needed a booster seat. And you know that Chinese girl married him. You know, it's obvious why she married him.
Because he had a big cock?
Yeah. Maybe he does.
Well, no.
Actually, he is a big cock. I don't know if he has one, but he is a big fucking cock.
With two legs and two
Maybe
arms.
he looks like a cock.
Yeah,
Certainly acts like one.
I heard him and Bill Gates, as when they were young, they screwed over classmates and fellow people.
Aren't they from New Jersey?
I don't know where's. I think it's from California. Zuckerberg.
Bill Gates, isn't he from?
Bill Gates is from. Isn't he from Washington, Seattle, state of Washington?
I thought he was from New Jersey.
That probably explains why he screwed his way to the top.
Yeah.
I don't trust anybody from New Jersey.
You don't trust your own site?
No, especially if they're Italians. I don't trust my own.
Well, he's not Italian, right?
No. You can. I don't trust him.
Now, would you trust Chris Christie?
You know what I like about him?
He's got the leather shoes.
He's
shoes.
honest. He shoots.
He's against Trump. I like that about him.
He shoots straight from the hip. He's not an idiot.
Think he's shooting from the hip?
He's very honest. You know what I mean?
I wonder where he's going to end
like
up.
You could.
In the near future.
I don't know. I guess Middle America and Western states, they just couldn't take.
Well, they don't like this big fat greasy guy coming in with shiny shoes, got the New Jersey accent. Is he from Jersey actually?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Now Andrew Yang, the Yang Gang.
The Yang. He has a party too, right? The Forward Party.
Has Yang suspended his campaign yet?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. The third party, unfortunately, doesn't have enough quality candidates.
He's not the one running.
Wealthy.
Somebody else is running under the Forward Party, but Yang is in charge of it.
Oh, he's not running?
No, he's not the one that's running. No, I don't think
Gotcha,
so.
gotcha.
He's running the party,
Right.
but he's not a candidate. He's not a candidate.
Do you know who the candidate is?
I don't know. It was Taylor Swift.
Come on, Jimmy. It's like nobody cares about these other candidates besides Trump and Biden, but there are some out there.
I don't know.
There are. We got RFK Jr.
How do we find out about
RFK Jr. is running as an independent. He was running as a Democrat.
Oh, he sucks.
You got him. You got the Forward Party. You got Nikki Haley. You got.
You don't trust a rich businessman running as a politician.
There's this Democratic congressman that's running against Biden. He's actually in the primaries. One just came out tonight from South Carolina, a Democrat primary. You don't even hear about that shit, but it's on the news.
I heard Fetterman is going to be the new Manchin and Sinema. He's busting balls.
But Fetterman's not running for president.
No, but he's playing the middle of the. He's riding the fence. He's becoming.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
He's becoming a moderate. Oh,
that fence.
Oh, yeah. I shouldn't have bragged about his new phone.
Sorry, you know what's going on is if I go off of the stream and take a look at a voicemail, that's transcribed to words, it fucks me up. Sorry.
Same thing happens to me. Like I can't now if you use your phone, it'll boot you off. It'll boot you off.
Yeah, if you're
But
looking
you
at
do-
like voicemails and that it thinks you're talking, and it fucks you up. Sorry about that, guys. It's happened to me a couple times.
I'm on my desktop, and it allows you to go anywhere you want.
Oh, if you're on your
But not-
desktop, you can look at your phone all day and all night.
Yeah, I mean, a desktop is the ideal thing to use, obviously.
Well, yeah, it's just that Mick he works at home on his desktop, and he's there
5 fucking days a week, 40 hours, 50 hours actually.
Yeah, so he wants to relax in the man cave, and
yes, sir, I do.
And I don't want to brag too much because I don't want to jinx it, but you definitely see a difference in the new phone.
Well, it's fucking brand new, and you knew the video gets better every year.
And you have a 4-year jump into the future of science.
Yes, sir.
You went from 4-year-old iPhone
to a brand new one.
So the megapixels.
I did the same thing, though, James.
What?
I did the same thing. I just got a new.
Oh.
I got a new phone recently.
What
but
kind?
I'm not using it right now.
A Samsung or an iPhone?
I got an iPhone, just like you.
Okay.
Hey, back in a minute. You know how long ago Michael's
about an hour?
How are you focusing on this time? Red pill.
Red pill. We'll tend to ignore women who are too good for me and not even in the picture.
He doesn't speak
I don't
in
want to
complete
get bullied.
sentences.
I don't want to get bullied. Women seem socially inaccessible.
Inaccessible, you mean?
They're insatiable.
Inaccessible.
Bullied by who? We don't bully him.
Who's bullying Michael?
Inaccessible.
Who's bullying you? The women?
The women are bullying them. They're being bullies.
Bullying.
Bully.
Mike's
bully.
Well,
that was
by women.
Sam the
Sham.
Sam the Sham
and the Pharaohs.
Bully. I can't play that song because it copyright.
I don't like.
Yeah, of course.
Sam, I am.
Yeah, I got in trouble for playing South Park episode.
I don't like green eggs and ham on a boat.
Now women don't bully him, but
I don't like them on
there
the boat.
There are the homos in his neighborhood.
The homos bully him?
No, they're not bullying him. I think they're trying to pick him up.
Oh,
he is in San Fran. Get out of there, Michael. What are you doing over there?
That's what it is. I'm autistic. I get bullied a lot.
Oh, come on.
I laugh it off, but feminism has gotten me down. You know you do? You
join the show.
You wear, when you go out, if the weather is chilly, you wear your black leather jacket, and you put a serious look on your face, and you walk around like you mean business, and you just do your own thing, and don't walk around with the suit and tie, the red. Don't with the red tie.
I don't think he wears that anymore.
No. He had a long one like Donald Trump.
It was down to his cock, right? Was that why he made it so long, so he can look over there?
Well, Donald Trump's tie was down to his crotch, right?
I think so. Yeah, he had a really long one. Maybe that's why they do it.
Maybe
trying to divert your attention to.
It was a prosthesis. It actually represented the schlong that he wished he had. Donald Trump.
I hope that's not Western Michael.
No. Wait a minute. Oh, I know what happened. Navy blue suit with a red tie.
Navy suit. Like the sailor suit.
You mean like
the white one? The white suit with the hat too. That was like the Navy suit, right?
I think he meant his navy blue sports.
It wasn't
jacket.
navy blue though. It was white.
In the Navy.
And the white shirt and the red tie.
In the Navy, we will put your mind at ease. in the Navy.
Now, how much money did it cost, James?
Western Michael.
How much money did it cost for you?
Western Michael. You should join the clan over here. Where's I forgot to send the link to Jordy.
Oh, you said it. He talks too much about beer and music.
Oh, that's right.
You didn't use his name.
No, I didn't use his name.
All I did was put my avatar up, and I had a hard time coming back. I'm sorry, guys. I've been doing it all night.
Is your avatar? Now, what's his name? Ronnie S. I don't know why
my avatar works. Yeah.
I don't know why Streamballs does this. You know, if you want to use your initials, they have this ugly gray with a black background.
Because they want you to use a picture, I guess.
I forgot to make Western Mike a logo with his initials. I forgot to do it. You like black and white, right? You want black and white? I was going to give him neon colors.
I was going to mention that dating experience I had with that woman that had the weird, his son, her ex-husband was bipolar, and she thinks her son is too, and he had a girlfriend that he had a baby with, and he was the third baby daddy in her life.
And she decided not to meet him.
And she said, she said, you know, some guy whipped it out, and he was good looking. He looked like Stallone, but I had to block him. Oh, if he was so good looking, I bet you blew him. And then she said, what's your experience? I said, I was taken for a lot of dinners. I was roped into taking women out to dinner I don't know, and I never saw him again. I felt used. And something about that she didn't like. So apparently that's when she said, yeah, good luck. And I said, oh, we're not meeting? She said no. And I thought, probably dodged a bullet.
That's because she's in favor of the dinner and drink whores.
Yeah, the whores that don't fuck you.
She's in favor of women that use a man for free food and drinks and don't reply to his voicemails.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what that means.
I did get in touch with one woman and we texted. I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah. Talk about the blues, man. The winter blues, not getting any pussy. It's brutal. I mean, I'm into a relationship. I'm not just about getting laid. So I don't know.
I bet you can write blues lyrics. You can write music.
I got the blue ball blues. And I don't know what to do's. I got the blue ball blues, and I don't know what to do's. I got a lot to jizz to lose.
Pretty good.
That's my latest news. I want to get me some coos to throw at twos.
All you need now is the guitar music.
Oh man. Yeah, that I went to 3 places. I had my emissions tested. I paid that extra fee for using a credit card. You have to pay an extra $9 at the Secretary of State. And they won't take cash because they'd have to have an armored car and a bulletproof window. And and then I went to get those 4x3 gourmet frozen meals made at the Felicia's Market. They make them themselves, and you get a 4th one free. And I kept forgetting that was my other stop, and I had it in my car. When you go somewhere like going to a car dealer, nice, or you go to a Comcast for 4 hours, you're gonna forget a lot of things. The light you got there.
Emergency lantern. It takes. I think it takes. I forget how many AA batteries, but not a lot. And all you do is you pull it up, and you can see how powerful it is. You shut it off. In case a thunderstorm, and the electricity.
It says connection lost. Can you hear me, James?
Yeah, I hear you fine, but you froze.
I said, oops, connection lost. They're getting that yellow warning from those goofs.
Yeah, I don't like when those geeks put the word "oops." Fuck them.
Oops. Oops, I slipped it in your mama. Oops.
They do that. Oops.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oops.
Oops.
Yeah. Oops. Do your job,
Yeah,
programmers,
come
and
on.
you're
Don't try to
say
be
oops.
cute.
I was watching Superman 2 when you sent me the link. I haven't seen that in years. It's tragic. The death of Christopher Reeve
God.
and Margot Kidder premature.
You know why? You know why he got paralyzed? He was
horse.
doing a equestrian. He was jumping walls with the horse.
Yeah,
Horses
normally that
horses
doesn't happen to you. His was a freak accident. And then his poor
Yeah,
wife
but-
died of lung cancer and she never smoked.
What?
It was a
Really?
tragic end. Yeah.
Horses.
How do you get
She
lung
worked
cancer
at a
if you
bar
don't
as a
smoke?
waitress in her younger days. I'm sorry, James. Go
Oh,
ahead.
it's supposed to be like secondhand.
Horses, I bet, really don't want to jump that wall. It
Well,
scares them.
And
You know
he
what I
died
mean?
of like a cold or something because he was so emaciated from that illness. It was sad. And Margot Kidder at one point was homeless. It was sad for her too.
Oh yeah. I
She
heard
became a
that,
drug addict and a drunk, and
I
yeah,
heard Demi
Hollywood.
Moore's mom was like homeless and impoverished, and
Wow,
Demi Moore wouldn't help her.
Well, that's tragic. Well, they say you can't help those that refuse your help. So I don't.
Maybe she was an alcoholic. Maybe she was an alcoholic.
You can lead a horse to
Alcoholics and
water,
gamblers
but
and
you can't
suicidal
make it
people,
from
you can't.
drink.
You can only help them if they want you to help them.
Well,
Did you hear what I
anybody with
said?
an addiction. Anybody with an
Alcoholism,
addiction.
homeless, suicidal. You can't help them unless they want help. I mean, I
They
love.
took when Ed Koch was, the other fudge packer.
Ed's
Ed
crotch.
Koch, when Eddie
The other
Koch
what?
was, well, he was, he. Nobody ever saw him on a date or with a woman.
So he was on the down low.
Yeah, he was in for like 2 or 3 terms. So he had this plan to prove to people what could be done with the homeless, helping the homeless. So he took this woman, who was an older black woman. She was homeless. Billy Boggs was her name. Took her off the street and cleaned her up and got her like a little studio apartment and offered and had her get, medically examined and go see a social worker or whatever. The whole package.
The 9 yards.
9 yards. Try to clean her up and see what could be done with a homeless person that is just one of those people that was always like homeless and never wanted to help himself. Well, lo and behold, she was back out on the street where she's started from.
Where she's more comfortable.
Billy Boggs, she left the apartment. She wasn't,
Did she have to pay rent or it was rent free?
I don't know.
I saw two well-dressed white beggars today that I drove past and ignored. I'll say that again, well-dressed white beggars.
Scammers.
What's more important, the well-dressed or the white?
The well-dressed is more of a note.
Mikey. His name is Mikey.
What were they wearing?
What's happening?
Hey, Michael.
Michael. Now, Michael, we're all citizens here.
Hey, good to see you, brother. How have you been?
You look good. You look good with the dim light. You got that gothic look. That.
Oh well, in that case, keep going. So.
Yeah, so I saw the well-dressed beggars. You always got to take note of that and run away from them.
Well-dressed like Michael, right?
Thanks, man. Well, you too, Chiefs. But I'm just wearing my white shirt and my jeans.
White shirt and jeans, and then you got a flannel.
And a flannel?
Nice.
Flannel is cool.
Yeah,
you got the flannel unbuttoned.
Yeah, why don't you put the light just a tad bit brighter?
Wait, what?
Just a tad bit, so we can see your shirt a little bit.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this shit.
All right, no problem.
I'm gonna do this.
What do you got? What do you got? A shake weight there?
What's that?
No. There you go.
We've got to what?
Remember the commercial, the shake weight exerciser? Remember that thing?
Don't remember that.
No.
You know, it was an infomercial. It was
Missed
it was
out
an
on
ice-
that one.
It was an isometric device, and you had to switch hands, and it went like this.
We missed the memoir commercial.
I'll send it,
Michael.
I'll post it on my Facebook.
Western Michael, what's your opinion on the Vince McMahon news?
Oh man,
Any thoughts?
That's some Jerry Springer shit. That's
Beyond Springer, man.
Yeah, it's probably beyond Springer. Yeah.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah, Jerry Springer's gone.
Rest in peace. Yes. There
May
we
he
go.
rest
We
in
got the video right here, Michael.
Oh yeah.
The
Let's get a little more of that,
what
James.
Vince McMahon has been doing his entire career is
what?
What do you guys think?
What do I
That
think?
he's guilty. I think he's guilty as charged myself.
Do you think he's guilty, Mike?
Well,
think
I
he's
do.
Messed up for the most part. So
sexually assaulting women who work for him, women, if you just go to the controversies tab of his Wikipedia page.
But she wasn't the only one. Miss Grant was not the only one that was.
Oh, I'm sure there was many.
Or it could have been all of the divas back in the day, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
McMahon never went with guys ever, did he?
He did threesomes. I mean, as much as that counts,
You know
that's
that
nasty.
Yeah, I think that's nasty.
Dutch Mantel, when he worked for Vince, he says every diva that went into Vince's office for a private meeting,
When she came out, she was crying.
They all came out like they saw
Crying.
hellfire. Them they were frightened.
Did they all have smegma on their nose?
They came out.
And when they came out of his office, they looked like they saw like the devil himself.
Did each one have some smegma on the end of their nose tip?
Like this one?
Some people just
Is
have
Vince
It's about a
McMahon
mile
sticking their
long of all
noses up
the
his...
people who have accused him of sexual assault. But what he's been doing is creating non-disclosure agreements with these women so that they won't out the horrific assaults that they've suffered. And because they have entered into these non-disclosure agreements, then they can't necessarily come forward and talk about their experiences, which is how he's been able to cover up all of the horrific things he's been doing in his position of power, how he was able. But also, I mean, I think it's a huge indictment of, men will always talk about how, a false accusation can ruin a man's life. Well, this man has decades upon decades upon decades of substantiated actual accusations of sexual assault, sexual harassment, and that hasn't ruined his life in any way, shape, or form. He was not just able to, retire somewhat quietly. He was also able to come back in terms very favorable to him, and as you just laid out, Sharon, in a way that he is insulated, specifically protected in his new position as the head of TKO.
Yeah,
He wasn't the head of TKO. Like, she's wrong about that. He was the head of a board of shareholders, I think. Right?
He had the most shares at the time.
But he wasn't in charge of TKO. Like, he didn't make the final decisions or anything like that. He just happened to have, it was a good position, but he wasn't in charge.
I mean, non-disclosure agreements must mean that the girls were willing to put up with it and dummy up, like Archie Bunker used to say, and because of the money.
Stifle yourself, Edith.
Now, he didn't pay the remaining $2 million to this girl.
Of Grant.
But another
Grant,
interesting note that I don't know if you know, James. In December of 2022, the law was changed to where NDA agreements are no longer allowed under law. But it was only, so this was December of 2022 in the United States. It's changed. And NDAs no longer hold legal force. but it was only
Good.
going forward, so it couldn't be applied retroactively. So
Gotcha.
anybody who signed an NDA with the WWE before December of 2022, which this girl did,
Shit out of luck.
and a lot of the other girls did as well. That's not supposed to, it's not retroactive to that. So the NDA is still in effect for them legally. So that's gonna come into play as well. That's gonna come into play.
Michael, is that your rowing machine? Oh, that's your guitar. I'm sorry, that's your guitar.
Oh no, yeah, that's my guitar.
You could row with a guitar, right? If you wanted to.
If you needed to, if you were in dire straits and all you had was like a guitar, you might have to.
Oh, he means a paddle.
If you had to get out of Dodge or something.
Yeah, to avoid the alligators. No, there's no alligators.
No alligators in San Francisco,
right? What?
Well,
like
no
people?
Straight alligators.
What do you mean, like people?
No, we mean actually gators. James is thinking of the swamps of Louisiana.
You don't need the alligators. You already have the people.
Gay tours in San Francisco. There's gay tours. So who's bullying? The old geezers are bullying you, Michael, right? The old
the old hippie gay guys.
Pretty well. They're always annoying, but pretty much everybody these days is just acting like a bully, feminist, fake feminist
Karen.
piece of shit.
There's a lot of Karens in your area, Michael.
I think you asked me that a lot. I deal with think a
Do you have a lot of
treasure trove of Karens.
Out of staters that moved to San Francisco from other states?
Yeah, maybe that's the thing.
What's like the main states or popular states that move there?
I don't know who moves here anymore. But
well, who do you see around them? Like you're saying, if it's popular for out of staters, what are the main states that you see moving in?
I don't see any states moving into California.
Okay.
People from states, he's saying. Do you know of any people from certain states? Is it a large amount of people from like Wyoming or New Mexico or Illinois
or New York, maybe?
You know where there's a lot of skinheads? I hear in Idaho.
Really?
Yeah, well, the Aryan Nation. I heard a Ted Nugent record, and he put down certain Democrats, but he also put down the KKK and the Aryan Nation, and I appreciated that.
Well, that was a change of subject,
Yeah, it was
big change there. From
San
Francisco to Idaho skinheads.
Well, Idaho's right next to California.
No, it's not. It's not right next to
California. No, Idaho. Idaho.
Idaho is like way farther away from California.
Yeah,
it's not that far.
It's pretty far.
It's on the same coast.
No, it's not on the West Coast.
It's near Seattle. Yeah, it is. Seattle, Idaho. They're right by each other.
When he says San Francisco, I like to go scan the whole region from east to west, from north to south. I like to. Oh, there's Idaho. Whoa, there's Montana. You know,
Idaho, maybe the only
Seattle.
state that makes sense out of all four of them.
Hey, I got to salute.
There's Oregon,
and Washington. Two wonderful progressive states.
Doesn't Idaho allow assisted suicide?
It's expensive.
And they also allow heroin in Oregon. I heard hard drugs are legal.
That's progressive.
Shit is expensive.
And recreational marijuana, right?
Yeah. Blue states
is the heroin expensive
AF.
in Oregon?
I don't know, but I think wasn't Oregon where they took the ban off of all drugs.
Why are blue states
crack, heroin,
mocking America?
Cocaine?
I think so.
Would you consider that progressive?
I do, because people are still doing them regardless.
Yeah.
No.
Who do you think created prohibition, outlawing booze? The
real feminists. Real feminists back in the day created.
So prohibition was a feminist?
the real feminists back in the day.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It was the mothers of America.
Was there 5 waves of feminism? We're in like the 5th wave right now, Mike.
I guess, but
The husbands weren't coming home. They were hanging out in a saloon every
They should have
night.
cut feminism off in the first wave back in like 1848. No, really, they should have. Cut it at the knees.
Well, what's
Fair
wrong
enough.
with feminism, guys? You think it
Suffrage.
alienates men?
Well,
Michael,
They alienate
Michael's
themselves.
big on this, so let him tell you.
Well, the ones that are the man haters are the ones.
Those
we
are
oppose.
lesbians.
Yeah, but where do the lesbians
They
come
started. They started the
from?
movement.
Lesbians come from feminism.
You're
I
not
heard
bisexual.
Eleanor
You're either
Roosevelt
gay or
really
you're straight.
What Theodore Roosevelt?
Okay, that's your opinion.
What was that, James?
Eleanor
Oh,
Roosevelt.
I thought you said Theodore Roosevelt.
In my opinion, you're not bisexual. You're either gay or you're straight. So
It's either hair
All right.
pie or ball across the nose, like Andrew Dice Clay said.
What did he say?
It's either hair pie or balls across the nose. There's no. It's bisexual. It's just.
That's.
It's just
pissing me off.
in vogue.
Hair
It's
pie or what?
balls across the nose.
What does that mean?
That started to piss me off.
You're either straight or you're gay.
Hair pie?
This whole,
Well, many celebrities are bisexual, if you have noticed. Many celebrities.
it's trendy.
It's a popular
Yeah, but
thing
those
to do.
celebrities are very, very damaged.
It's like it was like that in the 70s, right? With all the disco stuff.
Those celebrities, though,
Huh?
are very, very damaged.
Are you talking about
God
Danny
damn.
Terrio? Who are you talking
Yeah, that
about?
was-
Danny Terrio? He was bi.
He was Merv Griffin's boyfriend.
His butt
Perhaps
buddy.
a very
Yeah,
damaged
by Merv Griffin
individual.
produced. He
What
was the
other disco
producer.
guy could you be talking about there,
don't know.
Ronnie?
I don't.
Who
I
are you
don't
talking
even know
about?
The guy. I'm just talking about in general, not any guy.
A disco guy. I thought you meant a person. A certain
No.
person.
No.
Okay.
He-
Disco?
he-
There's many gay people that were into disco. I'm sure of it.
He produced Dance Fever, Merv Griffin,
But
and
there was a
Eddie
lot of straight
Terrio.
people that were into disco.
And that marriage
Uh-huh.
to Zsa Zsa Gabor was a phony baloney marriage.
Yeah, Merv was a closeted fanook.
Yeah, there was and Rock Hudson was a closet fanook.
There was a lot of straight people that were into disco.
Liberace was?
Liberace.
Yeah, sure. A lot
He
of
was-
straight people were into disco, yes.
Liberace was at WrestleMania 1, right, James?
He's a piano player. Yeah, he was WrestleMania 1. Yeah. Yeah. He was from Wisconsin, believe it or not, Milwaukee.
Liberace, Milwaukee, yeah, Polish.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
He has a I mean, his real last name is Polish.
Are you Polish, mate?
It's not Liberace.
Yeah, I'm German, Polish, Belgian, and Danish. What about you, Ronnie?
I'm Irish.
I'll drink to that.
But
You're
I
Irish?
I went out with a girl in high school who was her father was Polish, and I learned a little bit of the
Polish?
how to pronounce the name.
Culture?
Not really the culture, but how to pronounce things. Because
Almost went out with
a lot of
Polish
people
chick.
can't do that.
She was something.
And I got pretty good at pronouncing like the Polish names.
You know,
I
Dubja and
can't
Jankuya?
What's your
Ronnie?
last name?
I can't
Who, me?
pronounce.
My last name's Belgian. It's Van Pembroke. 13 letters long.
CBH, you know, the beer,
Yeah,
Polish beer.
the Polish last names are pretty interesting.
Hey James,
Mhm.
you got a black shirt? I got a white shirt.
Well, you have a flannel.
I got a
shirt.
black shirt also.
I have a black shirt as well.
You know,
Cool.
Three blacks and a white.
Hanes makes a black shirt, a black T-shirt, and a white T-shirt in like a lycra, a very thin lycra spandex.
Haynes does a
So-
really good job with the shirts.
Mick, how would you
Shirts
pronounce?
are
Yes.
good.
How would you pronounce CYZK?
Check.
Yeah, check. But
Check.
if you're an English speaker, you wouldn't be able to know that.
Sizek or something, you'd say.
Yeah. I learned that.
Mm.
Slavic. Now Yugoslavia means
Back in
the
a minute.
land of the Southern Slavs.
Yeah.
They're the land of the Southern
I don't know if it's
Slavics.
southern.
And they didn't they get rid of the name Yugoslavia?
A
They
long
got
time
rid
ago.
of the name.
A long time
Now
ago.
they're independent. Yeah, I know a long time ago.
No, I was telling Mick.
Yeah, now they're independent. Serbia, Belgrade is the capital.
Albania.
Yeah, Croatia.
Slovakia.
Oh, let me tell you the 4 meals I bought real quick.
Yeah.
If that's cool. A little food. One of them, let's see. I have them in different spots. One of them is beef enchiladas.
Ooh, that looks good.
Yeah, that's homemade at a market called Felicia's Market. That's some good shit. That's no Stouffer's with all that sodium, you know,
Ugh.
with
Chemicals
900
and
milligrams of sodium, the preservatives. And then I also got, excuse me, I should have said rape or pillage. I also got a pepper Italian gambati. It's Italian sausage, peppers, and potatoes and seasoning. So peppers and sausage. And, Italian peppers and sausage. And
So
I got...
you like peppers. You like sausage, peppers, and onions as a top.
Yeah. I got jambalaya with chicken, ham, sausage, shrimp, peppers, and seasoning. Doesn't that look good? Jambalaya.
Yeah,
This seems
I
like a
like
very
jambalaya,
good-
man.
This seems
It's
like
a
very
great
good
market, and it's good to get like a hot sandwich there. But I got baby back pork, baby back ribs. How could you resist that? Can you see that? I don't know if it's too dark.
You have your. Hold on. There we go. Now I see it.
Yeah, that looks good too. I got the good stuff, bro. Those are going to be some delicious meals. They don't have that sale very often. So I was fortunate to be in the area, or I probably wouldn't have driven out there. It's not like right next to me or anything, but yeah, I'm happy with those purchases. Those are going to be some delicious.
Sounds good to me, man. Sounds good to me.
Is Ronnie away from the camera? Is that all?
He probably either went to the restroom or he went to get something to drink.
So let me ask you something. How are you able to play the news without that being a copyright problem? Because that's for public sharing. When you're able to play the news articles, and
I never get a warning from news articles.
But copyright songs, I could see why, because then they have to pay a copyright to them. That's why.
Not only songs. I
TV and video, TV, movies.
I showed a South Park episode.
That's copyright too.
Not even the whole episode. I showed clips of an episode.
And you got in trouble for that?
Yeah.
Right.
They removed it. They removed it. They didn't give me any. There were no strikes against me, but they removed it.
Well, I'm wondering when my next Facebook prison will be. It's like periodical, like every 3 weeks they put me in Facebook prison, and then they say it's 3 days, and it's actually like 5, and then they put another one on afterwards because Facebook is so full of shit.
I saw a photo of the woman, the Facebook's corporate watchdog. She had she was a young female with an angry look on her face, and she just looked like she was just a miserable
cunt.
Like she probably got really screwed over by men in her life or something. And
yeah, there are some women like that. They certainly have this really just peskily negative vibe about them.
I don't know. When am I ever gonna find another date? I haven't been able to have women dates for like a year.
Why do they date these Mr. Wrong?
You gotta find the right
why
ones.
Why do they select them?
You gotta ignore all the bad ones and wait for the right ones.
Well, you have to. Oh, excuse me.
My pictures didn't come up that time.
Yeah. What's going on here? You have to.
It's up my. Yeah, sometimes my picture, my avatar.
have to be aware of. Why don't you use a guitar as your avatar? Then it would be an Ava guitar.
Yes, an Ava guitar indeed.
What was I going to say? I digress.
An guitar.
You know, people have to learn how to spot red flags. Men and women.
Yep, quickly.
Have to learn how to spot red flags.
Quickly.
I'm going to tell Mick.
Yes.
I didn't experiment, Mick. Instead, I didn't feel like eating too many carbs.
Okay.
The other night, so I took a big long Idaho russet potato. I peeled it because the skin is toxic. It's very high in lectins. I
thought the skin was good for you.
No, the skin is bad for you.
Wow, that's weird. They pretend it's good for you.
No, it's high in lectins. I peeled it and I steamed it in my Chinese steam pot. And then I took 8 ounces of the organic grass-fed meat, chopped meat.
Nice.
I made the burger. I seasoned it really well with some nice seasoning, and without using bread, the potato was easy for me to smash because there was no skin. So I took my fork and I made homemade like mashed potato in a big bowl.
Oh, so you had like a that sounds nice. Yeah. Did you have a gravy?
I'm gonna tell you exactly what it tastes like. The gravy from the juice of the hamburger, the olive oil, and the seasoning, it all, dripped down the potato. I put the burger right on top. It tasted just like a shepherd's pie.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, but you didn't have the carrots and the peas.
Right. Now, if I were to put some nice bright green baby peas, frozen peas.
Yes.
I were to steam that with the big Idaho potato, and peas should be all right. And then smashed it and put the burger on top of that, and then poured all that gravy, which is nothing but drippings from the meat.
Oh, that drippings from meat are delicious.
Right, the anjou.
Yes.
Seasoning burger. Seasoning burgers is...
It tasted like a good quality shepherd's pie, not banquet or Stouffer's.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you went to an Irish pub and you ordered shepherd's pie.
One time I bought one of those. Yeah, one time I bought one of those Encore meals and I made it and it was so bad I threw it in the garbage.
Ugh.
It was bad. It was not good.
The garbage.
Oh, they're horrible. Salisbury steak.
Encore, with Al. Oh, my family will be over on Tuesday.
The best.
Well, Salisbury steak is like a Swedish meatball. It's just meat with brown gravy on top.
Salisbury steak, if you make it with a quality meat, it's better. They don't use a quality meat these days.
Yeah. Salisbury steak is good if you have a quality
quality meat.
Yeah.
Use like a
good
rump roast or something good, or
can't just make that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Swedish meatball is just there's no Italian
I would
seasoning. It's
say
meatball.
Salisbury steak.
Yeah.
If it's from a good meat, like Mick is saying, is better.
Yeah.
Than
You
a
have to know
Swedish
how to
meatball.
make it.
It's better than Swedish
Like the one I
you have to have
find.
some peppers with the steak too. Salisbury steak, some green peppers or some red
Yeah,
peppers.
sure.
I get acid reflux from sweet green
Oh,
peppers.
You know
really?
what you have to do with that, James? They have to be peeled. That's
You
the
don't
only
like
way you
peppers?
won't get that. The peppers have to be peeled. The skin has to be peeled off. The skin is
got
what
peppers.
does that.
And the seeds have to come out of
Yeah,
middle.
the
Yeah,
seeds.
you never eat the
seeds.
seeds. Yeah, you can't.
Same thing with
Peppers are a
tomatoes.
good
People
fruit.
don't know this. You should only eat plum tomatoes and you should take the seeds out.
Yeah, I know
Plum
that.
tomatoes are
And-
better for you. The other ones aren't not good for you.
I know that.
And by skin plum tomatoes.
Plum is the
Yeah.
red and green, right? That's a plum.
Like those San Marzano plum tomatoes.
Yeah, regular tomatoes, when you eat all the seeds and all that, those aren't good for you. Plum tomatoes are better for you. That's
No,
what I
they're-
heard.
They're
What makes a plum
very high
tomato
in lectins.
a plum tomato, as opposed to a
Plum
different kind of tomato?
I read an article. I don't remember why it was, but I know it's true. I
Is
don't
it
have the
weird
science
if you
to
don't
back it
want
up.
to date any girls who are bi?
No, why would that be weird?
Maybe some
It's
people
you know
would.
what the
your personal
you know-
preference.
Yeah,
Yeah, but the problem
get
is,
triggered.
if a hot-looking chick says she's bi,
Excuse me.
Wait, hold on.
that was very robust.
Thank
man.
you.
That
I
was
have
Hey,
some
hey,
really
James,
big
what were you
belches
gonna?
when I drink beer. Thank you.
Hey James, Hey James,
You
what
deserve it.
were you gonna say, buddy?
Oh, if the hot-looking girl that's really into you told you she was bi,
I'd go
does
with it.
that necessarily mean that her bi girlfriend will partake in you?
That'd be nice.
Uh,
The only
Yeah.
threesome I would be part of is with the two women, not another dude.
Yeah,
Bless
no.
you. Bless you, my son.
No.
No
agreed.
dudes.
That, I mean,
you
honestly, even kidding aside,
want their
that's-
balls smacking up against
That
you.
sounds
it's crossing the
disgusting.
line. It's crossing the line. You know.
Yo,
What's the
with
difference
another
of that
dude?
in, you take the girl out of it, and it's like fucking two dudes. Like, come on.
That's
dudes.
not never been
lady
my
twice my
fantasy
age,
ever.
then.
No.
Lady
that's like
twice her age.
like to be with to have
Getting a little too close.
menage.
A little too close there with that shit.
There's another guy with you.
Hey, Western Mike, what are you saying about age? A woman's twice your age, or you're twice her age?
Oh no, that would be fun. A woman twice my
I
age.
think Western Mike.
She
I
teaches
think
some
Western
stuff.
Mike,
Hold on a second.
Western
Did
Mike.
he say he's twice her age?
No,
Listen to
he
me.
said a woman twice his age would be fun. He said.
Western Mike
Yeah.
would make an outstanding gigolo for a very rich middle-aged woman. Like a good-looking rich.
Like one of those San
Still no
Francisco money types, right?
No, not money. Not rich.
What if
No
she
rich
wanted?
people.
What if she wanted to buy you like anything you wanted?
Nope.
No.
No.
But she wanted you to wear diapers, and she wanted to
Adult
change.
baby.
I would date somebody like 10 years younger than me. Okay, I'm kidding, but I think it's everybody's fantasy though. It's like,
hold on for a second.
What do you
I
think?
think
Is
maybe
a
it's
fantasy,
everybody's
Mike?
fantasy, like to
10
be
years
with.
younger.
Well, I would date it if I could. I would date a chick 10 years younger.
Oh, where's everybody? Everybody there?
But
all right.
Also,
here's the older
Yes.
rich. Where's the? I'll wait for Mick.
Yeah, I'm here.
And Ronnie. Okay. What if she wanted to change your diaper with some big old-fashioned safety pins?
Ugh.
And
That doesn't look
she was
safe.
like a rich middle-aged woman, a cougar.
But
Cougar
Would
Mellencamp.
that be
And she
like
wanted
an
to.
aggressive cougar? With that pin?
Yeah, she wanted to change
Depends.
your diaper and use these big, and you had to sound like a baby for her. You had to
Like
go,
cry?
Depends.
Or put
Okay.
put the pacifier in your mouth?
yeah, with the pacifier. Yeah,
Leave me alone.
Mike would have.
Would you do that,
But she
Michael?
would buy you. She would
I
buy
said
you.
I said a threesome with a girl twice my age and then a girl twice her age would be fun.
Twice her age. No, you want her twice. You want to be twice the age of the other girl. You want a younger girl, an older girl
Wouldn't
than
it be
you,
like
bro.
Vince McMahon?
That's what I'm saying. But
Yeah,
this is
you mean
a
also
mother-
yeah.
a mother-
There you
This
go.
would be a cool thing.
With 20-year-old girls.
That
Sounds like
Well-
fun.
Yep.
It does. You just can't be shitting on them,
What?
Michael. Don't do that.
Was that?
Don't defecate on like Vince McMahon.
No, I
And
wouldn't do
don't
threesomes.
try to get her to sign a non-disclosure agreement.
I'm not. I'm not a.
So
I'm not a
Ronnie,
threesome
those
guy.
actually
You're
became null and void in
I'm not a threesome
2022.
guy.
They
Let me
did,
ask you a
but not retroactive.
Yeah, I know. I understand
For
because
the
the
one
NDAs are
threesomes.
The one
NDAs
that-
are bullshit. By
It
the way,
sounds
I
like
think
bullshit. Yeah, it sounds
listen,
like bullshit.
Threesomes sound kind of gay.
It really
I
does.
have.
with another
I
guy,
have-
yeah,
I have an investment idea. I have a strong hunch.
yes, sir.
Go to. Is Toys R Us still in business?
No.
Or are they
Online
gone?
only.
That's probably another one.
Okay. See
Another one.
see if there's a Vince McMahon action figure because of everything that's going on.
Oh, I bet you there is.
No, there's not. They
Yeah.
took them all off the market.
Get the Vince McMahon and keep it in the box. Don't touch
They
it.
already took them. They already took all the Vince McMahon stuff out of market. That's not there.
Buy it and then
You know
throw
what?
it away.
That'll be a collector's item.
It is
You
now.
kidding me?
It is now, but they're not going to sell anymore.
Don't even want that in the house. Jeez.
Come on.
Can't have that.
It might defecate on your head when you're sleeping. You don't know.
What if there was a it came
You
with
know,
a plastic
you know
turd
what's fucked up, Nick?
on top of his head?
Is that we're making light of this? It's like,
What if guests come to your
is like
house
serious
and you have Vince
allegations.
McMahon there?
And it's
What's wrong
going
with
to turn into it's going to turn into just a big joke. Just,
Mike
Sounds
is
like it does
appearing.
right now.
Western Mike is appearing when he's making a point only.
And really, I mean, I think this is like a turning point.
This is nasty stuff, nasty shit, literally.
Point for Vince McMahon.
Yeah, agreed with
legacy.
Nick. Sounds kind of.
Or
I also think
or
it's
a turning point, a turning point.
The WWE. WWE is gonna take a long time to come back from this shit. It's not gonna.
Oh, Vince McMahon is a real idiot. Did he go to? Did he go to?
Just don't impose it on me.
Did he?
You realize how embarrassed Triple H is?
Did he go to?
And Stephanie McMahon.
What's his name? The Island. What's his name again? The guy that died.
Yeah, Epstein. There's been rumors.
Epstein Island.
There's been rumors.
I bet he was, and he probably got kicked off for defecating on women.
There's been rumors that Vince McMahon was there. That might be another thing to come out.
Tell me
afterwards.
Don't annoy women. Well, we'll tell them that.
Mike, what you're talking about something totally different.
You think the action figure should come with like a plastic turd hat?
Yes.
On top of
I think so.
I want to hear what Michael was saying, though. I'm curious.
What are you saying? Don't annoy women? Who told you that, Mike?
No, he said something about the Taliban.
What?
Taliban?
No.
We're listening to you, Mike.
Where, buddy?
Mike, you're on full
I
screen.
forget.
Let's hear it.
Sorry, you can take me back off.
No.
Oh.
Leave him there.
We wanted to see your picture again. What happened?
Why would you want to see my picture? There's my
because
picture.
I like to see who I'm talking to.
There's the picture, the M. You happy?
He wants to see who he's talking to.
I like to see who I'm talking with.
Avatar.
He doesn't want to talk to the M. He wants to
I know.
talk
I'm
to
not
you.
happy. That's why I said I
Yeah,
prefer
but
to
that's
see
my
your
picture. So you're talking to my
He's
picture.
not happy. He's not happy.
I'm not
talking to
happy.
My picture right now.
I
That's
love
my
this
picture. It's got
this
the M,
vicious
then
circle we
the
got
planet.
going on. If that's your picture, you're in
The circle-
trouble in real life.
The circle like gets madder and madder.
Did someone offend you? Michael, did someone offend you? Because I'll scold them.
Man, y'all are some of the straightest men I think I've ever met in probably my whole life.
Oh, whoa.
Whoa, is that a compliment? I don't
I
know.
wasn't expecting that.
How straight
please.
are we? Check, please.
please.
Well, he's from
Poll
San
or
Francisco.
check?
Mick, he's from San Francisco, so
I
he doesn't
understand.
have that much. He doesn't have that
No,
much
he's from
experience.
Chicago.
with-
He's from
Inundated
Chicago.
by gays.
He doesn't have that much experience with straight men. Yeah.
He's from
That's a
Chicago.
fucking shame,
and
Michael.
He moves to
Yeah,
San
There are
Francisco.
not enough straight men around me to be friends with. I
correct
understand,
myself.
but it's a little
That's-
frustrating.
Mike, that's not good, man. That isn't good. Why did you move
It
to San
sucks.
Francisco?
Listen,
Yeah.
you
good
always,
to have friends here.
you always have people that are on your side in us.
Or
No
alpha,
matter
alpha
what.
males, right, James?
No matter how bad things get over there, you always got
So
us.
Western Mike, you grew up in Chicago, where I'm
Yeah,
at.
Western Michael's
Yeah.
is from your area. That's right.
Where did you live in Chicago when you were growing up?
The Lower East Side.
Evanston. Evanston is a very
Oh, that's a nice area. I grew up in
Evanston.
Niles.
Evanston is a very masculine neighborhood. San Francisco is very effeminate. You can find
Yes.
straight friends here.
No, Michael,
not
you've been
all-
there for like 4 years, 5 years now.
What's that?
You've been San Fran for like 4, 5 years or so.
Yeah, it's getting. Again, don't mean to be rude, but it's getting gayer and gayer by the night.
So why
Really?
why are you staying there? Would you consider moving back to the Chicago area?
Well, have friends, have family here, so That's the only reason.
I think he likes the weather.
Otherwise,
Maybe Michael likes to be there near the ocean.
Do you like the rent prices, Michael? Or
the rent's
no,
the rent is stupid. The weather is stupid.
So, Western Mike, do you do IT out there? What do you do for a living?
I'm just a file clerk.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
I'm just a file clerk.
I was a file clerk in my industry when I first started, when I was like 19, I think. That was like
Being a file
eons
clerk
ago.
is real cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And
yeah.
yes, very generous
Would,
company.
Would a office worker for a company that makes nail files would they be called the file clerk?
File clerk, that's right. My company is very generous, and my company just does a good job with me.
Good. Congratulations. I'm glad to hear that, man.
I mean, yeah, you gotta
Thanks, man.
work for a generous company to be able
So you
to.
mentioned in one of your
I love my company.
messages that you've been bullied. You're talking about everyday life. People are bullies, you said?
Almost everybody, well,
The
not my friends,
feminists,
but
the feminists are bullies, right?
not my friends, but outside of my friends, the almost everybody outside of my friends, everybody and their grandmother is a bully. And
That's
it's not
horrible.
Your grandma is a bully?
Sure.
Oh man.
They bust his balls.
Why?
Because,
What's going on over there? Man?
Because well, he said it earlier today.
He's a straight male. They're bullying
He's
you?
autistic. He's autistic.
I'm autistic. I'm straight, and I'm also a guy.
And he's a guy. He's a straight heterosexual.
And he's white?
He's a white heterosexual male,
Now-
and he's autistic. So
Now,
they
Michael,
pick
are
up.
you Christian? Because that's
I
even
am
worse.
also somewhat Christian, but also somewhat Buddhist. Yep, that's right. That's right.
So that
I'm
doesn't
not.
help you
I'm
either.
not Muslim. So
you're
I'm not
you're a
Islamic.
Christian Buddhist type guy.
I'm not Islamic. Sorry.
Not Islamic. Oh, so
I
it
follow-
would be better. It would be better if you were Islamic.
No, that would be bad.
I follow Festivus.
Tell me you're not Islamic.
No, James is a Catholic. He goes to a Catholic church that he lives right next door to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
It was built in the 1800s, right?
No, 1906.
Oh, your apartment complex was built in the 1800s.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
but-
apartment. The building was in the. The building was built. It was built 145 years ago. But it's all these units are remodeled. They're modern.
Sure,
inside.
yeah.
Nice.
And you say you've never seen a ghost there.
Well, I could I could try to if I.
Or have you heard any of your neighbors?
Let's put
Any
it this
creaks in the walls at late hours when you're about to go to sleep?
You mean like
Bullshit.
if somebody's having sex on an old-fashioned mattress and it's squeaking?
Well, James, serious question. How are the walls?
Females
Because they
doing
say
that.
a lot of the
Right next to your
the
bedroom.
newer apartment buildings that are just being built right now, especially in the Florida area, they call them paper thin walls. So you hear everything.
No, I don't hear any. I hear very little. I have both sheetrock and plasterboard walls.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have.
You don't have the brick though, right? In between the
Outside.
Outside.
The outside of the building is all stone.
Yeah, they're building them down here with plasterboards, and they
Really?
Because I look it up online, I see a lot of complaints.
Do they have no basements in Florida, Ronnie?
No, there's no basement, but I'm just talking about apartment buildings.
Texas, too, doesn't have basements either.
And it's a thing in the South. Georgia doesn't have it either.
What Florida needs is our homes that they build in the Caribbean that are more resistant to storms.
They have that here. Homes,
cement
homes
block.
are resistant. They're block. They built them on block, right?
Yeah, they're blocks, right, and they're elevated.
That's how they do it here.
Yeah, the walls of the home are thick and they're block.
So the first floor or the foundation
Concrete.
is block. Then they put the wood on, right? And then on top of the wood, they put stucco.
Oh.
Stucco is what the
Stucco
finishing
paint.
is on.
But aren't the walls stone?
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
the walls have to be stone
Yes.
to be.
At least, so
Otherwise,
if you have a second-story house, the second floor might not be. It might be wood, and then the first floor is concrete.
Yeah.
But you got to have the hurricane-resistant windows.
Because instead of these people always hammering plywood, covering their windows, why don't they just have the steel shutters that close and lock? Close.
Steel is a little too industrial, maybe. It's more of like a New York City kind of thing.
Well, I mean the what do you call them? You call them shutters?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, the shutters? Yeah, that doesn't have to be steel though.
Yeah, in other words, to be able to close them over your window when a hurricane's coming.
Sure. Yeah, they're not steel though.
Instead of these people always having to hammer.
Oh, instead of putting the plywood on top of the window.
Plywood.
Yeah.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah.
You know, you get a.
Well, the important thing is the window itself has to be hurricane resistant, and they have windows that are hurricane resistant. And so all the new buildings are built with that. It's the window itself, not the shit that you're putting on top of the window. That doesn't matter. You don't need shutters. You don't need the plywood. It's the window itself is built to be hurricane resistant.
Right, and the roof has to be designed.
The roof. Yep. Yeah.
Because you get a category 5. Well,
There's a lot of these old houses that were built in the 50s or the 60s or before that, and those are the ones that don't have the hurricane resistant stuff because it wasn't mandatory back in those days.
Yeah, how do you deal with the hurricanes and everything, Ronnie?
I live in an apartment, so I don't have anything to worry about.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Is there
We don't get
where this area is pretty. I live in Tampa Bay area.
Nice.
Which is pretty hurricane. We're lucky over here. We don't really get much of it at all.
You're usually not in the direct path.
No, barely ever.
No.
Barely ever.
This YouTuber mentioned a grocery store called Publix, and he's in Florida. You know about Publix?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, Publix is the supermarket monopoly in Florida. Publix, like if you go to a supermarket, it's gonna be Publix.
Wow.
They cornered the supermarket game down here.
Yeah, Publix is everywhere.
You're not going to go
Chicago.
It's
the Jewels. Jewel is big in Chicago. Jewel's expensive too.
Jewels is what? J-E-S?
It's just called Jewel, but people say I'm going to the Jewels.
These cool grocery stores.
Oh, it's spelled like a gemstone, like a diamond?
Jewel. Yeah, and then people call it the Jewels. I'm going down to the Jewels.
I'm going down to the Jewels.
Yeah. A Chicago thing. Right, Mike?
It's a Chicago thing. Chicago. It's like saying, oh, it's a Jersey thing. It's a
Jersey thing. Jersey Mike's is a Jersey thing.
I would say in the Northeast, they historically have had a lot of different supermarkets. And only recently has it become so monopolized by a couple.
They used to have a lot of supermarkets in Chicago. They had A&P. They had Treasure Island. They had Treasure Island. I heard Piggly Wiggly was being taken over by somebody.
Love all these all-purpose grocery stores.
Piggly Wiggly.
Love all these. What do you think about grocery stores with bakeries?
Yeah,
they're cool.
Real bakeries.
Yeah. Some grocery stores.
Whether it's real or not, give it a shot. Whatever.
Oh.
Well, if you have the bakery at the grocery store,
Publix
you don't have to go to the coffee shop. So,
yeah, I mean, I think most supermarkets have.
There used to be a good grocery store called Dominic's that went under. The family didn't want to run it anymore after someone died. Dominic's was good.
Hey,
Dominic the Donkey.
Dominic's had Entenmann's. They had a bakery there.
That's the song, right? Dominic the Donkey.
Remember that song?
The Christmas Donkey? I don't know the Christmas Donkey.
Yeah, it's a stupid song.
By the way, I liked your 21 bells or 22 bells for Carl
I wanted to
Weathersby and
ask
Wayne Kramer,
you,
by the way.
I thought it was 10 bells was
No, I did 21
was
because
customary.
it sounds
I thought it was 10.
21.
Why is it
Ah,
21? What makes it?
But I did
21?
him quick. So what? I did
no,
him quick.
I'm just asking. I'm just.
He's a
Why?
he's
What makes it 21 instead of the 10? As far as what
because
does
it's
it mean?
Carl Weathers.
Okay,
I
he's a good,
do it very
good
highly.
guy. What makes it 21 though? What is the meaning of it?
What makes it 21? You take a 2, and then you take a 1, and you put them together.
What do they
And
mean?
you got 21.
Now, there's a reason behind it.
What does it mean?
That's the question. That's the question.
It means nothing.
It means something. It has to mean something.
It means
It means
21,
something.
21st century.
What do they do in the WWE? It's always the 10 bells. So
when somebody
so
dies,
is boxing 21?
because they can't wait. They can't wait to get on with the show. It's kind of disrespectful to give somebody 10 bells. I mean, come on.
So it's like the 21 gun salute that they do for the
Right.
So it's
That's
21.
what I thought.
Okay. Yeah, they only do
but I'm
10
sure.
in the WWE. That's why I always do.
But I'm sure the 21 gun salute is all 21 guns going off at the same time. I don't think okay, you fire. All right.
No,
Now
they
you
all do
fire.
it at the same time, but they do it 21 times, right?
No, there's 21 guys with rifles.
They shoot it 21 times though. All of them together.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. Oh my God. So yeah, 21st century, 21 gun salute. It's just I don't know.
Yeah, Vince McMahon, right? He always did 10. That's all he gave him was 10 bells.
Because he didn't really give a shit.
Because he was thinking about the bitches that he wanted to fuck.
He didn't care about anybody. Look, I was shocked when I heard Carl Weathers passed away at 76 years old. So I thought, I just wanted to do it in honor of him, his life.
How old was he again?
76. He originally was a NFL football player for the Oakland Raiders in the 1970s.
Okay.
And Carl Weathers, and he was actually an Oakland Raider like a few years before he got the part in Rocky.
Oh, what was his name in Rocky?
Apollo Creed.
And he died in Rocky, right? What was Rocky?
When he fought Dolph Lundgren.
Was it Rocky
played the
3
Russian.
that he died in, or Rocky 4?
That was the Rocky where Hulk Hogan and
that was
Mr.
Rocky
T.
3. Rocky 3.
Yeah, Mr. T and Hulk Hogan appeared. Thunderlips.
Did Thunderlips kill Cassius Clay? Yeah, he did.
No.
He did, right?
Cassius Clay. You're confusing me now.
Or-
That's Muhammad Ali.
What was his name in the movie?
No, Hulk Hogan
Hulk
was
Hogan and the other guy. What was his name?
Thunderlips. He had like an exhibition
Thunderlips.
with Stallone.
Killed.
Oh, that was Ivan Drakov, the Russian Ivan Drakov, who played by Dolph Lundgren, killed in an exhibition Apollo Creed, and that's when James Brown sang "Living in America."
Right. Was that Rocky 4?
He had the Uncle Sam hat on.
Yes. Yeah.
Apollo. I'm sorry. Apollo had the Uncle Sam.
Apollo Creed.
Yeah, he had the Uncle Sam outfit on. All right, with the tails and the top hat. Yeah, I mean.
That was 3 or 4.
I think it might have been 3. Yeah, I think it was 3 because Rocky 2 is when Stallone had the rematch and barely beat Apollo, barely. And because they both went down, hit the mat at the same time, and then Stallone just got up.
Rocky 3 was the one with Thunderlips.
Thunderlips and Mr. T, Clubber Lang. Mr. T played Clubber Lang.
Chicagoan Mr. T's from Chicago.
Yes, South Side. He had a rough childhood.
Yeah, and
Thunderlips had a
he survived
childhood.
cancer too, right?
Yeah,
Mr.
and he
T's still
became
alive, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's a minister now.
Thunder Lips grew up in
He's a minister.
the port of Tampa in the ghetto area.
He grew up in a poor area of Tampa.
A bad area of town, yeah.
Bad
When
area.
did Dolph Lundgren
Now-
come in as the Russian? The fourth one or the fifth one?
Well, he grew up in the
Three?
Soviet Union,
Oh
right?
No, he was
four,
Swedish.
I think.
Oh.
No,
Dolph
he
Lundgren
was.
was-
Dolph Lundgren is
he was
Scandinavian.
Russian.
Swedish,
Played
Swedish
Ivan
actually,
Drago.
Swedish.
Yeah, yes.
He
Played
he did a great Punisher. Dolph Lundgren was in a really good Punisher. No one knows about.
Yeah, he survived cancer too. You know.
Yes, he did
Dolph
too.
Lundgren.
Yeah, he did too.
He survived.
A lot of people survive cancer. I mean, cancer comes and goes. Any of us can get it. Any of us can
Yeah, but
survive
when
it.
it's
Cancer is
a
a
Or,
amazing
or could,
thing.
it killed many people I know. It killed a friend. It killed
a
some
lot
other
of people,
celebrities.
and
Yeah, it's a
one of those
killer.
fucked up
Well,
things, man. That
early detection is the secret.
anybody can
Yeah.
get it. It's like, damn, man. Like you can be the best you can. You can be the most
now,
genius person possible.
Medical science. Now
But
they have something cyberknife.
you can get cancer. You can get cancer tomorrow. Anybody can.
Raise it. They have a cyberknife machine that can pinpoint a cancer cell without any side effects, without no radiation damaging the outside area. Just zap that tumor or cell.
Wow.
It's called cyberknife. Now,
Nice.
years ago, when people got cancer in the 1930s, 1920s,
It was a death sentence.
it was a death sentence. When
still
Babe
kinda
Ruth
is.
got cancer of the throat, like Bobby Heenan did, that was a death sentence.
It goes into remission, comes back.
I had a friend that died of melanoma. It turned it real bad, went metastasized to his brain, and then he had a blood night. It was sad as hell.
You had malignant skin cancer, malignant melanoma.
Malignant is good. Benign is what's bad.
I
Don't.
thought benign means it's not.
It's not. I live in Florida.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. Benign means it's non-cancer. Malignant is. Yes, you're right. I apologize.
Yeah, like a cyst is a benign growth.
Yes, Ronnie, don't get skin cancer. Avoid it. We're
I'm trying.
like
I'm
SP.
trying, but I'm
70,
probably
we're
more at
70 and up.
I'm more
Listen.
at risk than you are. You know, just living
Listen,
in Florida.
Ronnie,
You don't.
embrace your buttermilk smooth Irish heritage with the moisturized skin. Don't worry about suntans.
Meaning come out.
Keep that buttermilk complexion and just don't about getting a tan.
Don't get a tan. Don't seek it out. Don't seek the sun out.
Don't.
Yeah, go at
4
SP
more years.
70.
Yeah.
4 more years of what?
Wear a hat, man. Wear a hat. Wear a t-shirt.
Yeah.
What? 4 more years of what, Western Mike?
Wear a t-shirt too.
Roddy, yes, 4 more years.
You can go swimming without a t-shirt, but I mean, don't sunbathe. That's what I'm saying. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Well, we're running up on 3 hours. I'm thinking of taking off soon.
Yeah, me too. I guess
3 hours is a good long time. I want to get back to
if
Superman
Michael
2.
has something good to talk about, maybe
Oh,
he and James can stick around.
maybe we could finish the Vince McMahon video.
Yeah.
How long is the Vince
those,
McMahon video?
I
How
got
much
nothing.
more is left?
Throw those broads on.
No,
and see what they gotta
she
say.
goes into detail. Hold on. Anyway, I want to give him 10 bells for buying a new iPhone and for having no
10 bells.
issues for this week's show.
Just my own maid. I only heard 8.
Wait. You
Oh, how
smacking the shit.
nippleish of you. How very nippleish of you.
It does look like a nipple, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes, one of the most beautiful
Yeah.
things in the world. Female nipples
Here's Zuckerberg.
are beautiful.
Zuckerberg. Beep, 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 beep,
Yeah,
beep.
that fucking asshole.
You know what? He tried to kick all the native Hawaiians off that island.
Yeah.
Hawaii, people that have been there maybe for hundreds
Did he
of
find out the
thousands.
hard way it wasn't going to happen?
It didn't happen.
Yeah, he's a jagbag.
They would have barbecued him if he really tried to do that.
Why so
Yeah,
many
exactly.
toxic individuals?
He's a miserable.
That's the way the world is, Western Mike.
You know what they
Toxicity
did?
exists.
You know what the Native Hawaiians did to Captain Cook?
Craven messed
That
up.
brought the smallpox to Polynesia.
No, what did they do to him?
They massacred him. Captain
They
Cook,
butchered him?
They tried to colonize the Hawaiian Islands and force them into like slavery. A typical British royal crown.
Always been like that. Always will be.
Well, I don't know about will be because they lost their empire. But
No,
And remember
will
that
always be like that.
the phrase that the sun never sets on the English Empire. That was the old phrase when they conquered India and Hong Kong and shit like that.
The empire. And then Captain Cook, I don't know if they cooked him, but I know he did not
They
die.
hack him to death?
He didn't die a pleasant death. That's what
They hacked him, I assume, with their machetes.
He got hacked, but every
You know who else had a very indignant death was Custer. George Custer was scalped, and
I love Sitting Bull. I think he's a hero to me.
Custer was insane, and they let him ride onto his death. The U.S. military didn't try to stop him. They knew he was going to die there. And where did he die in?
Little Bighorn.
Custer's last stand, yeah. And the Indians fucking massacred him. He did not die a painless death either.
Well, look at the raw deal that the Native Americans got, all of them.
Oh, real bad. Custer killed many Indians before he died.
That was the Lakota Sioux Nation. Sitting Bull was their leader.
Yeah, Custer killed many Indians before he was murdered. Why wasn't Napoleon ever killed?
Yeah.
Why wasn't Napoleon ever killed?
He survived the whole thing, and he was exiled to Elba.
They exiled him twice because the first time he escaped, he became the emperor and started the war again, and then that didn't last long.
He had little big man complex, right? Isn't that why he liked war so much?
Napoleonic complex. Yeah,
I heard that movie is not very good, by the way. I got bad reviews.
I didn't see it. I wanted to.
Me neither.
I wanted to check it out, but I never.
All right, guys, I'm taking off. Good to see you. All right, good night.
All right.
All right, Mick. Hang in there, man.
All right.
Thank you, as always. You're going to be watching the Super Bowl tomorrow.
No, it's not tomorrow. It's next weekend.
It's not tomorrow.
Oh, is it tomorrow?
No, it's always 2 weeks till the Super Bowl.
I do the health, fitness, and sports talk.
Tomorrow's the NASCAR show,
Commodore.
right?
With his beloved?
The beloved Commodore. No, we don't.
I know. I'm kidding. It's an inside joke.
We don't talk about politics.
Good.
You don't say one
No,
word.
the Commodore says that he loves to pay taxes, right?
No.
In Canada?
He hates
it. James, who was the guy that he was like saying he loves to pay taxes in the United States because he's a patriot? I thought it was the Commodore was saying that.
Jackass. No, Commodore.
All right, guys.
Commodore hates
I'm out of here.
All right, see you later, Mick.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Did the Commodore used to live in the U.S. and then he moved to
from
Canada?
Boston.
Okay, so
He's
I think
from
he was mentioning previously before he moved to Canada. He said he loved to pay the taxes in the United States because he considers himself a patriot or some shit like that.
He's an extremist.
That sounds pretty extreme.
He's a right-wing extremist, and he's also pro military, U.S. military.
Oh no, oh man.
Why do you think I don't talk about politics with them?
No,
Nothing.
there's nothing
One
wrong
word.
with being pro-military, but if the military would just stay put in the United States,
Right.
that would be a lot better.
Right. And don't get involved with every Tom, Dick, and Harry's business.
What they're doing
Countries
in
can
Jordan,
have their own military.
they're hanging out
Yeah.
in the middle of the desert in Jordan, and then they're wondering why they're getting killed.
They don't.
What are they doing in Jordan?
These countries that have U.S. military bases, they don't want the U.S. military occupying in their country. They don't want
They
these
don't.
bases.
They
Shut it
are,
down. Bring them home.
They are.
That's right.
They
Have 'em-
are
have 'em finish
stationed.
the wall.
They're stationed at bases that are occupying other countries. They're occupiers.
Other people's land.
Why are they occupying other people's countries?
Sounds like
And the governments of these countries have said numerous times
It sounds like
that
the
they don't
American.
want them there.
It sounds like the American Empire to me.
I think it sounds worse than an empire. I don't know.
No reason.
Possibly might even be worse than an empire because they are actually they're not colonies. These are actual states, legal states, who have said to the Americans, "We don't want you here. We want you to leave. Please get out of our country. Take your bases, and we don't want you here."
Would it be rather minimalist and conservative not to have any bases? Except
Wouldn't
in
it
this
be
country?
more prudent, Michael? More prudent, because if these bases were not there, then there would be nobody getting killed by Iranian backed whatever they want to call them, militias.
Let's just have bases in America.
And a lot of tax money would be saved.
Sure, yes, definitely. If they were stationed in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, there would be no way that an Iranian-backed militia could ever kill them. It wouldn't happen. Not in North Carolina. In the middle of the desert in Jordan, it's possible. It could happen.
He's a
I mean,
minimalist.
that's Jordan.
He's a minimalist like me, and he's also a stoicism like me.
Who?
Stoic and what is that terminology? Not alpha male, sigma. He's a sigma.
Who?
Commodore.
Commodore?
Nice.
He's a sigma. The only thing is he's still right wing extreme, but I don't talk about. I can't do a show with him if he starts.
Extremism causes way too many issues.
What about Sal?
Doesn't belong.
Remember Sal?
Salvatore Mercurio?
Yeah.
He's a Trump lover. He's another extreme right winger.
But you don't talk to him anymore?
No, I'll talk to him. He don't say anything to me because
you don't send him the link to the show.
No, I said no. He doesn't like my politics. He stopped talking.
What about tonight's show?
You know,
I like Sal.
What he tells me?
People come and go.
He's busy with his son.
He used to join though. He used to come and join, and he would show what he was cooking.
Yeah, but don't forget, he was cooking, and the family was out, and he was also used to call when he was driving.
Yeah, he did do that.
He set up the phone, which is fine because a car is like a man cave. You're in the car, it's quiet, nobody's bothering you.
Yeah, you can just talk shit.
Unless you got a wife or a girlfriend in the car that's got.
Oh yeah, you don't want that. No.
Talking shit.
So Sal would join in his car. You would just talk shit, right?
No, he was actually quite pleasant.
Well, I mean, yeah. When I say talk shit, I'm just talking shooting shit.
He was good. He was good.
Shooting shit. Right?
He joked around with us and
New Jersey style. He was very New Jersey guy.
Yeah, we talked about different stuff, but we didn't get into political debates.
I wish you would invite him back. I enjoyed Sal. He was an interesting guy.
Yeah, no, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to send him the link.
You should never let politics get in the way of friendships.
I don't. Other people do.
I get along more with people with different political views than me. I get along better with conservatives than with liberals.
Yeah.
Well, what happens is, you see, me and Jeff Zambello, Commodore, we have things in common.
Yeah.
You know, like fitness and nutrition. You know, we have things
Well,
in
what do
common.
you have in common with Sal? You're both alpha males, right?
Cooking.
You like cooking. There you go.
He likes food.
You're
I like
both
seafood.
Italian. You both live in New Jersey.
Well, that doesn't mean I have no loyalty to Italy.
James, you're
You
Italian.
both live in New Jersey, right? Or does he?
Yeah.
He lives in New York.
You're
No,
Italian.
he
You're Italian, James.
lives in Wayne, New Jersey, but he's from New York. He's from Queens.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Italian.
right. He's from South Ozone Park, Queens. Right?
Pajamas is Italian. Nice.
Yeah. He lives in Wayne, New Jersey, about a half hour west of me.
Mm-hmm. You both have a love of women, right?
What about me?
Seafood.
You guys have a
Which is
lot of things in common. So
no, it's possible to have a friendship where you do have things in common, and not talk about politics and argue.
Definitely, yeah.
It's possible.
Of course it is.
But it has to be a mutual.
Honestly, if you can't do that,
Politics is not a stoic conversation.
that's just ridiculous. If you can't do that,
there are people
come on.
that will throw digs at you just to rile you up.
Maybe fuck around a little bit, but you can't let that get under your skin. You know,
like Tommy Carroll throws digs.
Or the king of the dots was fucking with you last week, right?
King of snots. I mean, the king of dots. They'll throw digs.
But
you
can't take that seriously, Jimmy.
About progressives, liberals, and they're pro-Republican. But I don't throw dicks. I don't want to be confrontational with these people. I'm happy that they stop by, and I'm happy that they're. I think in a political argument would be bad. You know,
in their
if it
capacity
escalates-
as commentators, they can be trolls. They can act like trolls because they're not actually joining via video, showing themselves. Right? So they can comment, some little silly tongue-in-cheek comments.
Right. Now I don't have.
But it gets you incited, and that's where you're wrong.
Acknowledge it.
Yeah, but that's just people not taking the show seriously. So
okay, so see, I'm acknowledging the last thing that Tommy. Hold on. Is this the last thing? The last thing that
said he had to go.
Carroll.
Right? Tommy Carroll.
Oh, here we go. This is what he said, I think. Have a great week, guy. Okay, I'm acknowledging said. Now, if he said something to, I don't have to plaster him across the screen. I could just not pay him, and that's it. Or if he's really confrontational,
put it back.
I could block.
Put it back. Put the comment back. So let's dissect this. Isn't this a great nation? We're still. Well, he doesn't use periods, so he's using run-on sentences like you do, Michael.
Yeah, he's using sarcasm.
No, I don't think it's sarcasm.
Bisect
I think he's not really being sarcastic. It says, "Isn't this a great nation?" There should be a period there. So, is it a great nation? Is this a great nation?
Still,
what would you say?
Still free enough. He's trying to say you guys are lucky you can say the things you say. I know what.
Well, let's go back to that after. Let's dissect it little by little.
Isn't this a great nation? We're still free enough to express.
You gotta put a period there because he's got two different points here.
That's right.
Actually, it should be not a period, a question mark. He's asking, isn't this a great nation?
Right.
Isn't this a great nation?
Yeah.
When it comes to that.
So is it a great nation?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Yes.
No.
It is a great nation.
Well, it's relative. It's a better nation than the others. A better.
Yeah, if you want to compare it to who are you comparing it to? Iraq. Yeah, it's a great
Yeah,
nation.
you can't compare it to Scandinavia or European country because they got a better system than we have.
All right, so you'd say Scandinavia is
Let's say
a
Iran.
greater nation than
Right.
the
Let's
US.
say Iran. Comparing it to Iran, we're way better.
So compare the United States to Iran, then it would be a great nation.
Yeah.
But not compare it to Scandinavia.
No, not compared to a country where there is no poverty. The poor.
What about if you compare it to Mexico?
Everybody's taking care. Well, now Mexico. Funny thing is, they have a new government. They have a new system now. Their president now is like the Scandinavians. They have free health care. They have, guaranteed paid paternity, maternity leave, retirement. They have all the above. And you know why I think that is? Because the new after they had this revolution, the new president of Brazil is like that. He's a socialist.
Mm-hmm.
And all the poor people of Brazil that were suffering and are not and starving and they had no health care and no food, they're all being taken care of now. So then Mexico turns around, this guy wins the election, Mexico, and this guy's cleaning up all the corruption too. He's
The corruption in
sending
Mexico?
Well, there was a lot.
No, I'm saying he's cleaning up the corruption in Mexico.
He's cleaning up the place. He says the owner of the Mexican restaurant was telling me all the details. He says, if you watch Mexican media, this guy talks to the nation 7 days a week. He talks to the Mexican
It's like a
people.
fireside chat, like FDR.
Right. Every day he communicates with the Mexican people.
What's his
And
name?
he says,
Obrador.
Obrador?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
president's
I've
name.
heard of that name. Yeah,
that's the current president.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, Obrador, yeah.
The U.S. media won't tell you these things.
I never heard that. I didn't know that.
I didn't hear it until this guy showed me, told me about it and showed me
That's good. Yeah.
videos of him talking.
That's how you learn things, James. Is you talk. So you were actually talking to a Mexican guy.
Yeah,
right?
he says Mexicans.
You're not gonna, like you said, you're not gonna get it from the U.S. approved news.
He says the economy and the job market is so good over there.
People
now.
on the ground, like they say, you know, as an example, boots on the ground. This guy is a Mexican from Mexico, so he's a boot on the ground. That's who you can get your perspective from to actually understand. It's not from ABC News or CBS, or it's from talking to people.
Yeah,
real people.
These people, these Mexican people today, they don't want to come here and get abused and go through all this immigration bullshit. They got it good over there. They got so much manufacturing.
So do you think most of the immigrants coming in, they're actually not even Mexican? They're from other countries?
I think honestly, I think they're like refugees from like Central America.
Well, there's a lot from Central America. There's a lot coming from South America as well now.
Yeah, I believe it.
Now, this stuff about they say there's Chinese coming in, I don't know.
Gotta go, y'all.
How much I believe of that.
Thank you for coming, Michael.
All right, Michael.
I'll see.
Yeah, they say there's Chinese, and Middle Eastern herbs. I don't know. And then if they are, why are they just letting them in anyway? The whole thing is kind of weird. Like, what happened to the border in the first place?
Just think how long ago the wall would have been finished if they took.
Yeah,
all
Donald Trump didn't fulfill his campaign promise of building a wall.
He
didn't do it.
Those freaking military bases and took all those troops and had them finish the wall. I mean,
these 3 troops who got killed in Jordan, they could have been patrolling the southern border.
Right.
Instead of hanging out in some desert.
What I'm saying is walls are not perfect. They're not 100%, but you know what? They slowed down those tens of thousands of illegal migrants that are running over here, flooding.
Everybody who's so upset about these migrants, right? Why are they not upset that these heroes, right? They got to be heroes. These three heroes that were killed in the middle of a desert in Jordan. It wasn't even in Iran or Iraq. It was in Jordan.
What are they doing in
The
Jordan?
U.S. never even had a war in Jordan, but they're in Jordan. That's where they got killed. That's where the United States has a base. They have a sanctioned base.
A base. There we go. And why are there U.S. embassies in dangerous Islamic extremist countries? Why even have a U.S. embassy? They get attacked. So
What's the answer to that? Do you know the answer?
Close it. Get them out of there.
You're asking a question. Do you know the answer to it? Why are they there?
Why are they in harm's way?
Why are they there? Can you even what do you think? What do you think the answer is to that? The real answer. Not that they're fighting terrorists, because we know that's crap.
You think it could be the industrial complex wants to confiscate their country's oil reserves?
No, I don't think it has to do with that.
Follow the money trail?
No. See, that's what people thought about Iraq. But what ended up happening in Iraq was who got the most lucrative oil deal out of the country after the U.S. came in and destroyed it. Well, who was the country who got the most lucrative oil deal?
Well,
it wasn't the U.S.
It wasn't the U.S. Was it the Saudis?
It was the Chinese.
The
Chinese got the most lucrative oil deal out of Iraq. And the Chinese had nothing to do with the stupid Iraq war. They just came in because they're smart business people, and they took advantage.
Right.
The U.S. is so stupid.
They let the American lives be lost.
But China is the greatest enemy ever, right? Oh, China this, China that. Well, then why did you let them get the best deal out of Iraq? Why did you let them do it? How did that even happen?
No,
because
no
you're
weapons,
buffoons.
no weapons.
You are total buffoons.
No weapons of mass destruction. All those young American lives coming home in bags, for God's sakes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're still people my age fucked up, in the head. People fucked up in the goddamn head, man. Vietnam over again, like they never learned anything.
Yeah, my mother.
And they're gonna do it again. They're gonna keep doing it.
When my mother was alive, she would be driving, and every time she saw young guys in the army with prosthetic legs, no legs, and she used to cry while she was driving.
It's a
really,
damn shame. It's a damn shame. And it doesn't help if you call him a hero. Come on, I mean that makes it.
$5 feet pictures. Goodbye.
At least I would give your generation, James, the credit that at least they thought a little bit. They had some cognitive thinking back in those days. Your generation, right? The hippies. Yeah. There was hippies back then.
Yeah.
My generation, they send very good guys out to the Middle East to get killed, right? Or if not get killed, come back in some fucked up state, physically or mentally. And when they come back, it's okay. You know why it's okay? Because they're called heroes now. Now everybody is a hero. Back in the late 60s and the 70s, they didn't call them heroes. They spit on them, right? And they treated them like shit, which also is not right. You shouldn't have done that. That's not very nice. But they're not heroes either. So there's a middle space in between.
You know
you got to meet them where they come from.
You
They're
know
not
what?
heroes and they're not shit.
You know who calls them heroes? The stupid right wing rednecks.
The
that
right wing
say,
rednecks, but there's a lot of left wing people that do it too.
They say they're over there to protect our freedom. How are they protecting
they're
our freedom?
protecting our freedom? But it's not even just James. It's not just of the right wing, rednecks. There's a lot of people on Long Island, New York.
They call them heroes. They call them
They
heroes.
call them heroes all the fucking goddamn time, man, all the time.
It's like in the WWE, they're all legends. How could they all be legends?
Yeah,
Kind
kind of the same thinking. Yeah.
I mean,
but there's a lot of Democrats that are doing it. It's not the same thing.
Well, they're establishment. That's the problem.
They're establishment, exactly.
Let's finish this Vinny Boombots here. Hold on.
After the video, you got to show him with the mustache. And the new mustache, he only has the small line. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
He has an updated stash now.
You mean he didn't get rid of that look?
He didn't get rid of the regular mustache. He just has the line. It's like a dark black line around his lip.
Oh God.
And I think that that's just a huge indictment of any sort of repercussions that men actually suffer for their behavior. There are not many. Most rapists don't get prosecuted. Most sexual harassers don't get prosecuted. Women are still disproportionately the victims of sexual harassment in the workplace. It's not even money.
No, this is
under the guise, whatever they have going on, they're
money he
Now,
owes her
did you-
for the
why did you
non-disclosure
pick these
agreement that
girls?
he violated by not continuing the payments. I would like to see justice, but
Wait, can you go back?
Women
I want to hear what you
women
said
just
about the
don't
payments.
get justice in this country. It's sick.
talking
It's
about sexual harassment in the
No,
workplace.
she's talking about the payments that he was making. I want to hear that. The $3
so
million.
much, the number should be zero, but they're still so much higher than what we could have ever predicted they would be at this time. There's been so many moments in our history as a country where we thought we had reckoned with violence against women. We had reckoned with sex discrimination, especially in the
not if you're a
workplace.
billionaire. No.
And nothing substantial has changed. And it's important that we continue to cover these stories. And just to put highlight, this is her allegation is well sourced. It's very, there's a lot of evidence that she's brought forward, text messages, videos, things of that nature. And will we see any repercussions for Vince McMahon? I don't know, but given his past history, I would expect probably not, other than he's going to be obligated to pay her the money he owes her for the non-disclosure agreement that he violated by not continuing the payments.
Right. I mean, it's going to be more.
I would like to see justice, but women just don't get justice in this country. It's sick, and it's important that we just keep highlighting that fact and fighting against it.
I want her to get every cent, and $3 million, if what has been outlined is true, is not even tip money. You understand? Mm-hmm. And if that's what the American way is in civil justice, then. But I wish there was a way, if even a portion of this is true, that this person goes to jail.
Yeah.
I want them in prison, and I'm not all about prison.
It's not a criminal.
But women are not safe.
It's a civil
with this kind of predator around, who then said he so much a predator and hate her, misogynist. He hates women so much that with all the money, all of the wife, who I guess is the only one woman that, under the guise of whatever they have going on, their mutually beneficial, I guess, relationship. She was in politics at one point, wanted to be, gets them both. Such a predator and so sick that he won't even have a seat at his age, having achieved all he has, won't even take a seat. Has to come back, consult a lawyer who says here's how we do the charter. Here's how we do the paperwork to make sure they can't get you out of here. And I don't believe for a second that TKO, board members, whoever else, my opinion, is learning about some of these sort of details for the first time, because there was that weird ouster from WWE, that whole thing. Okay, so they were given certain information, attorney to attorney, things went down. And I'm sorry, no parent is perfect. And I don't want to bring his daughter, Stephanie, into it. But I'm going to tell on my daddy. But cool, good thing my daddy tells me the truth. And we talk about ways that he's not perfect, I'm not perfect. But there's perfect, then there's imperfect, like all of us. And then there's dear. Can she get out of the non-disclosure? It's not so much the money. Get out of the non-disclosure and run tell it all, Ravana, because he didn't pay. You didn't pay, you violated. That's how I see it, layman's, but you tell me.
didn't pay
No,
her.
that
You
is
should've
exactly
just
the reason
fucking
that
paid
we
her.
are getting this information that we are, is because he violated the non-disclosure agreement. So
violated
in order to enforce the payment, now she can take him to court, and all of this becomes, a
million.
matter of
She's
public
owed 2 million.
record. And that, but that is the reason why we haven't gotten a lot of the details about his previous, and I think you did an excellent job calling out the term relationship that they use. These are not sexual relationships. This man is a serial sexual abuser, sexual harasser, and allegedly also a rapist. So those other non-disclosure agreements he reached, I would bet my bottom dollar that those were non-consensual relationships. Those were non-consensual engagements. Those were instances of sexual harassment, sexual assault, but we won't be able to get the details out of those because those payments, seemingly were made and those people are bound, which I think is a good time to highlight the fact that some states do not recognize non-disclosure agreements legitimacy as it pertains to sexual harassment and sexual assault. Even if the individual received the payment, they can still come forward if it was made for sexual assault, sexual harassment. Those are not deemed legal non-disclosure agreements. And I wish that we could do more in the way of making that the law of the land here so that more women feel comfortable coming forward. But I think it's also worth mentioning the fact that these women believed, and rightfully so, that entering into these NDAs and getting these sort of hush payments from McMahon was the only way they were ever going to see a dollar. That was the only way that they would be able to live normal lives, not be demonized in the media, that they wouldn't have to worry if their story was going to be believed. Because if we had a justice system that worked for women, that worked for the victims of sexual violence, we wouldn't see people taking this type of payment. We would see them going to the courts. We would see them winning probably a lot more money than they're being paid out by these hush money payments. If we cared about protecting women, if we cared about justice for women. And that is something that we've seen time and time again. Women who come forward with their stories are the victims of brutal harassment campaigns. They are not believed in the court system. They are treated poorly every step of the way, and they choose just not to come forward. And we, again, it's a sad state of affairs and something that we need to change.
And if it only stopped this particular victim, and I believe her, so that's what I'm going to call her, a survivor, because the wife said, "Yeah, man, stop it, now knock it off." At what point do you not? There have been husbands and wives who've gone to authorities in the past while married and said, "I just found out my husband's done this horrific abuse, and damn our vows, okay? This needs to be dealt with. The public's not safe. The public's not safe." They're so brazen. He even stopped paying her because he knew he could. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, I've been getting away with it for so long. WWE is an antiquated business. I know a lot of people like it. Everyone thought it was so great that the women who are scantily clad, wear whatever you want. I don't care if you prance around naked. Everybody thought it's so great. They now have a divas division. And they get to have a divas chain. Hey, McMahon. Sick. Not trying to attack. Well, I am. It's worthy of it.
Oh, what the hell's going on here? Internet has been acting weird. Which one is this? Which one is this? Oh, okay. Let's see how long this one is. Hopefully it's not because I'm getting tired. Oh, it's not that long. Let's see. It's not that long. Oh, you just got really clear.
Yeah, I just got back. I wasn't here.
Yeah, no, your video quality.
Hey, James. Let me throw a question out there for you.
Yeah.
It's not a criticism. It's just a question.
All right, hold on. All right, go ahead.
With the videos that you throw out there, they're usually pretty long. 5 minutes or so. You just play them, and then you don't say anything. Why don't you like say take for example these two broads. We could have dissected that video. Let them talk for 30 seconds,
Yeah, I know,
and then you say what she's saying, or
but
comment on what she's saying.
That wasn't the only. That wasn't the only thing I showed. I don't want. I have to be able to go through for a variety of topics. I mean,
So maybe narrow it down.
I say a few things to summarize it. So, some of them are very.
You only summarize it though, and also a point with that.
Some are self-explanatory.
A point with that is that you're showing a video that's already on another channel, so that their own channel has people have seen it. So when you're showing it here, you're supposed to give your insight on what they're saying, not just let them run rampant, like it's a rerun of their own channel.
Yeah, well, you're here, so I guess I could.
But I think that could work. Let these two girls talk for a minute, and then we'll say what we think about that in a minute, then put it back on.
Like play some of it, pause it.
Right. We're not just throwing it out. We're gonna play it again. We're just talking a little bit about what they're saying.
Right. So I'll play. I'll break it into like quarters or thirds.
This is just my own suggestion. I'm not telling you what.
No, it sounds good. It sounds good. So I'll break it into parts, and like for instance.
Because if you just wait until the end, there's so much there. If it's like a 5-minute video, there's so much there.
Yeah,
you might forget about some of the parts that you wanted to comment on.
Yeah, it's really not a good idea to play anything too long. Like this one here is about 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yeah, that's long, right?
Are you gonna play the whole thing?
No.
I saw this though. You know what this is, right? This is Mr. America. Mr. America lie detector thing.
Oh.
I used to watch wrestling. I know you didn't even watch wrestling.
This was the Attitude Era, right?
It was a little bit after the Attitude Era, a couple of years later. And Hulk Hogan came back because Hulk Hogan wasn't part of the Attitude Era. He was in WCW. But by the time WCW got bought out, a couple of years went by. Hulk Hogan came back into the WWE, and on screen he had a feud with Vince McMahon. Right?
Yeah. Well, the Attitude Era was like Degeneration X.
Yeah, this is after the Attitude Era. The video that you were going to show was after that. He came back on screen, Hulk Hogan, and he actually fought Vince McMahon at WrestleMania one year.
Well, Vince must have paid him well because he had Hogan lose, an older post Nitro Hogan. He went from Hollywood Hogan when he had the black scruffy beard with the blonde mustache, and then
So I think
he went back to the
Hogan
red.
beat him. Hogan beat Vince McMahon at WrestleMania. So Vince McMahon let himself be beat by Hulk Hogan in storyline, right? And then after that, in storyline, Vince McMahon came out and said he wasn't going to allow Hulk Hogan to be on TV anymore. He wasn't going to fire him, but he was going to allow him to be on TV. And that's how the Mr. America character got started. So Hulk Hogan in storyline, he put on a mask, kind of like the Blue Blazer type of thing with Owen Hart, and he was supposed to be like a patriot guy, and he acted like Hulk Hogan, like everybody knew it was Hulk Hogan, but in theory he wasn't supposed to be Hulk Hogan. He was Mr. America.
Okay.
And that's why they had that video that you were just about to show. That's why they had that lie detector. Because then they were asking Hulk Hogan, or Mr. America, they were asking him, "Are you Hulk Hogan?" And when he said no, the lie detector actually didn't go off. So it was like he was telling the truth.
It's like when Dusty Rhodes, they had a loser leave town match with Kevin Sullivan.
Yes.
And he came back as the Midnight Rider.
Yeah.
The
It was the same type of thing. Exactly the same type of thing. And then when they had Vince McMahon, so then Hulk Hogan said, "Okay, Vince, you do the lie detector test." So Vince McMahon did it, and it said, "Are you a pervert?" And he said no, and it went off. And like all this like kind of questions like that. Are you sexually depraved? And he would say no, and then went.
Yeah, because his wife was probably boring.
But it was like because this was in storyline. He approved all this, so he was okay with making himself look like that on screen.
You know what else? You know what else he approved for the storyline? That young Stephanie, who was I think 17 at the time, was forced to for some reason to have sex with a lot of guys in the company.
No, that wasn't in the storyline though. That might have happened backstage, but that wasn't in the story. Storyline.
She was, a.
There's rumors that she went around the locker room starting when she was 14 with Macho Man Randy Savage.
Well, that's why Macho Man is not in the Hall of Fame.
Not in the Hall of Fame
because she was underage.
And he's been dead for over a decade now, and so it doesn't appear that he's ever going to be inducted.
So he actually fooled around with a 14-year-old, the daughter of the boss.
I mean, these wrestling guys, they're all fucked up. I mean, Vince McMahon's not the only fucked up one. He's fucked up because he got away with it for so long because he's a billionaire. He was the guy on top.
Yeah.
But all these wrestling people are fucked up.
They mix.
They're drug addicts. They're alcoholics.
Drugs and booze and everything.
They got fucked up sexual shit going on. They're on the road all year. They're on the fucking road. I mean, what are they supposed to do?
They're addicted to painkillers.
Painkillers is a big thing. But I mean, I think it might be a little bit cleaned up now. But
I mean,
going back in the old days,
they don't see their family. They don't see their families.
They were
during holidays. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? They don't see their family.
They have if they have a family, it's not really their family. They're never there. How could you consider that a family? That's not really your family. If you have a daughter who you see 2 weeks out of the whole year, you're not really a dad. No, there's no way.
Yeah, but that's what Ashley, Ric Flair's daughter, who's wrestles under the name of Charlotte. Ashley resented him for that.
She's doing it anyway. She's probably, she's too much of an alpha female to even have a family, right?
She said he
She
wasn't
doesn't
there
she doesn't have
most
any
of the year.
kids, right?
He wasn't there
She
for
doesn't
her.
have any
No.
kids.
She married Andrade.
Why would you marry
That's
him?
her husband.
Right?
She's been
That's like,
married
remember
to him.
Paige? Remember Paige? She
I know what she
married
did. She's the one that
Alberto El
screwed up.
Rio.
Alberto Del Rio was in jail because of her.
Yeah. And I think she said that he raped her or some shit.
You know what? You know how it started? I feel
Well,
bad for
don't get
Del Rio.
too much off subject. But yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, they have a lot of issues.
Yeah, they all do.
What I'm saying is Del Rio, somebody said something racist to him, telling him to go clean up the mess because he's Mexican and they
yeah. Okay.
So he
you
smacked
don't
him.
expect that?
He got insulted. He got pissed. He smacked him.
Well,
And,
okay, understandable. That's understandable.
Okay, I don't.
But he was coked up a lot of the
I don't
time.
blame him.
He had a drug
I don't
problem.
blame him.
Alberto Del Rio.
I don't blame him.
He was probably zooped up at the time.
So he got fired.
In the
for-
WWE? Somebody told him that?
Yeah, for WWE, some guy told somebody in the back management or whatever told him to go clean up that mess.
Shit.
Like and
And
disrespected
he
him
was
like
a champion there.
Right. Then he was a very good wrestler too. Excellent. So then
Maybe it was Vince McMahon who told him that.
Right.
It could have been.
It could have
Maybe
been
it was
that
Kevin Dunn.
it could have been done. I mean, it was really inappropriate in what it was said. But he started dating Paige. They were in Mexico, I think Mexico City, somewhere in Mexico. They doing an event.
And he
After-
started talking shit on camera to Triple H, right?
Well,
He did do that. Or
no.
I
What
remember
happened
that.
was he was already fired from the WWE.
Yeah.
He was let go already, but he
And
was doing an event in Mexico.
He was on camera, and I think he was drunk. He was talking shit about Triple H on camera, though.
Well, that might have been true, but what happened was Paige embarrassed him tremendously. She got in the middle of the ring and she proposed.
Yeah, I saw that. She
marriage
proposed to him. Well, why
She
would
proposed
you
to him
consider
in
that
front-
embarrassing to him? That's embarrassing to her.
in front of because what is the guy supposed to say in front of like thousands of people?
He could have said no. He could have.
She put him on the spot.
He
She
could have
put him
said
on the
no, and then that's up to him, man. He was in love.
So anyway,
in love.
he strangled. He grabbed her by the neck in the back room and started
Oh,
choking.
the same night?
Yeah,
Oh shit!
that's
Really?
how.
I didn't know that.
That's
I didn't
how.
know
Yeah,
that.
that's how it all. That's
I
how.
saw
it
the
all
video of
began.
her, like running into the ring, and on her knees, going close to him on her knees. Yeah, when she got in the ring, she was like this,
Really?
Yeah, she was on her knees. And I'm saying that's not embarrassing to him. That's embarrassing to her.
Yeah, embarrassing. I saw.
So
it,
why
but
would
they-
he go backstage and choke her out for that? Why would he do that?
Right. After she proposed
That embarrasses her. That
in
doesn't
front of
embarrass
all the
him.
Mexican people seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, and she's a hot girl. Like everybody would think.
Actually,
look at
you're
that.
right. That is more embarrassing to her than to him.
Of course it is, because
And-
the guy is the one who's supposed to propose, not her. And she's on her knees, crawling around. It makes him look like a big shot. That's what I thought about it. That's what I always thought.
You know what could have made him not want to get serious with her?
When you say
Somebody-
that he beat her in the locker room after that happened, I never knew
Yeah.
that, and I think that's fucking crazy, man. That he
You know
did
what?
that.
You know what happened? You know what else? You know what else happened with Paige? Somebody. It was removed from the internet, but she was insane enough to have the video go public for a very short time of her having a sex with one of the.
I think I remember that. With
Yeah, I saw it in my
with who
own
was
mind.
it? Who was it?
Oh, not
Xavier
Kobe,
Woods.
Xavier Woods.
Yes,
Not
yeah,
Kobe Kinsey.
that's right.
Xavier Woods.
I forgot about that.
And it showed him riding her, and her.
But I don't think she wasn't together with Del Rio at the time. Like that was already over.
It's just maybe it just turned them off. Like maybe she had a
No. I'm pretty sure it was over with, and then she was kind of like in a fucked up state, and she went over to Xavier Woods. And then somehow that got leaked. Whoever was filming it, I don't know. Poor, I feel bad for Paige, man. Like
it's like
I'm
when
not.
It's like
I'm
when
not the one.
Tammy Lynn Sitch was married to
Oh yeah,
Kudo.
but she was a
and
bitch.
she was like a big time.
She was a bitch.
She was a swinger. She was
Yeah, and she
a big
cheated.
time swinger.
I don't think she was a swinger because
a slut, and
she cheated on him and he didn't cheat on her. Like it wasn't like a mutual thing. So that's not swinging. Like that's her just being a bitch to Chris Candido. And the difference is that Paige wasn't like that. At least, from what I see, Paige. You hear me? You hear me?
Try it now. I hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what I was saying was so Chris Candido got cheated on by his. Were they married or they were just boyfriend girlfriend? Him and Sonny. But she went and fucked Shawn Michaels. She flirted with Bret Hart, and then you're saying that they were swingers, but Chris Candido didn't reciprocate that. Like she was just cheating on him.
She was just a slut cheating on him.
Yeah, she was being a slut. I don't think Chris Candido ever cheated on her. So the difference you can't really compare. You can't compare that to Paige.
Yeah, well, that was pretty stupid of Paige to propose to him.
Yes, but
in
she was also a very, very young, stupid girl who was in love and did a stupid ass thing.
Yeah, but you keep something like that private. You don't.
Sure,
do it
I know.
You're
right, but at the same time, the point is, who did it embarrass? Him or her? It embarrassed her.
I think it embarrassed her, but I understand her motive for doing something crazy like that.
Do you understand his motive for going and beating her up?
She wanted to put pressure on him, but then again, he shouldn't have strangled her.
Strangle her? After he said that he wanted to marry her? I mean, come on.
No. I don't know what his answer was.
No, I think he accepted. I think he did. And if you're saying he felt pressured because of that, and that's why he went and beat her up, that's not a man thing to do. If you want to call it alpha man or whatever, that's not a man thing to do. Beat up women, that's fucking lame. I mean, for me, I don't know about you, James. For me, that doesn't fly. It doesn't make you an alpha male. Beating up girls doesn't make you alpha.
What he should have said was, "This is not the time or the place."
Would you say that though?
Well,
beating up girls.
That's bad. I'm saying a marriage proposal in front of thousands of your fellow countrymen. I would have said, "This is not the time or the place."
He could have said that, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Maybe he got caught up by caught up in the moment. But then, if he did get caught up in the moment, why did it automatically change when he went backstage? And he started choking her out, right? So I think he's at fault, man.
I know what the people were doing. They were all screaming and cheering. Yeah,
he's at whatever it is. He's at fault. I know. I've heard about the news reports and everything of what was going on back then. He wasn't doing good. He was doing a lot of coke, and that's why he got fired from the WWE. And he was just living a fucked up life. And
So
this young girl, American girl, happened to fall in love with him, and she was doing some drugs at the time and shit, but she got caught up with him, and it was a toxic relationship.
and he was
But beating up women, man, is
he had a short
you're not gonna get any sympathy from me beating up
no
fucking women.
he had a short stint in TNA.
He did, and I think Paige did too at the same time.
Yeah. Now she's in AEW.
She went back to the WWE. No, she hasn't, right? She's only been in AEW.
She's in AEW.
But Alberto Del Rio, he's done. He'll never be back. He'll never be anything serious. I think even in Mexico, he can't even get booked.
The guy's so talented. Why can't they?
Because that's all right. So he has all the problems with the drugs, right?
What if he cleans up his act? What if he's
I think the women beating thing is also against him. That he has charges of beating women. You can't do that, man.
and the fact that he hit or beat up somebody in the WWE for
and he was talking shit to Triple H, but it may not even just that though. If he just decides to stay in Mexico and try to get a job with AAA down there, he probably can't even do that now. Not because of Triple H, but because of the fact that he beats women. And I think that might have a lot to do with it, man. Like, you just can't do that these days. You can't be known as a woman beater.
Yeah. You know what?
You can't do that.
CM Punk got fired from AEW for having a real fight with Jungle Boy Jack Perry, Luke Perry's
that
son.
wasn't a woman.
No, it was two dudes. Yeah, I know.
So it's totally different thing. And AEW is just kind of like in a mess. Tony Khan is not controlling
AEW. Tony Khan is a
he's not controlling the inmates.
Very wealthy dork that he's not. He doesn't really business.
He's a fan. He's a fan that has a lot of money.
What he should do is hire from the business to the storylines, because he really doesn't. His father owns Jacksonville Jaguars.
I think he sold them this year.
Tony.
I think he sold the Jaguars this year. I think so.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Jaguars are the Jaguars. I don't think they really. I don't think they really. I don't think they pack the stadium, and they're never really that good. You know,
no.
Maybe Jacksonville.
I mean, you never hear anything about the Jaguars, right?
Maybe
Jacksonville Jaguars. Why does Jacksonville even have a team?
Jacksonville.
Right? Do they need a team?
Jacksonville probably just doesn't have a big enough fan base to support.
Why? So exactly, why do they even have a team?
I don't know.
You don't need them. You have Tampa and you have Miami. Why would Jacksonville need an NFL team?
Yeah, it's too. Well, Florida has two hockey teams, correct? I'm
not even sure. I'm not sure about hockey.
The Panthers, they got
Jacksonville might have a hockey team too.
I
don't know.
Two baseball teams. Basketball would
there's
be
definitely
Orlando,
only two.
Miami.
There's only two baseball teams for sure, which is Tampa and Miami. Basketball, you got Orlando and Miami. I'm not sure about hockey. I don't know if Jacksonville has a hockey team.
Well, there's the Florida Panthers play in Broward
Florida
County.
Panthers are in, right. So that's like technically, Miami area.
Miami-Dade County.
And then you got the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Dade County.
Is there a Jacksonville team?
No. Nobody else wants to go to Jacksonville. Just the Jaguars are there.
What? So what? Yeah. What is it about football? Why do we need to have a third football team in Florida? It's not really necessary.
The market's not there.
It's not necessary. They're never a good team. They're never a good team.
I mean, I can understand Charlotte, North Carolina having the Panthers. The Carolina
It's a very good question, actually. Now that I
I
think
can
about it,
understand that because Charlotte, I think Charlotte's a much bigger city than
Charlotte. Well, they have the Carolina Panthers, right?
and the Hornets basketball. Charlotte,
Which the Carolina Panthers, I think, had the worst record in the NFL this year. I think that they had 2 wins.
Yeah.
So they were worse than Jacksonville.
I think the Tennessee Titans even did better than the Panthers.
Yeah, no, the Panthers had the worst record. Two wins and it was like 14 losses. Yes.
You know, the Houston Texans are really supposed to be the Oilers. They were
Well,
the
they're not supposed to be. They just changed their name, right? You can change your name. You can change your team name if you want to.
To follow tradition. Well, they can call themselves the Mosquitoes. I mean,
Football doesn't care about tradition. Football is rough 'em, tough 'em. It's all about the money. You know, it's not like baseball. Baseball is a little bit more tradition based.
Washington with the ugly stenciled W on the side.
Yeah. But you could say the same thing about the Guardians.
The Guardians
The
is
Cleveland
stupid.
Guardians.
Yeah, it's a stupid
I
name.
mean, that's a goddamn shame that the Indians had that name for over 100 years, and their history has been washed away.
Yeah, that's the franchise is a historic landmark in itself.
It's not anymore. Not anymore.
They disgraced it. The Cleveland.
And you know what? Ohio is such a shitty state that they don't even deserve to have a history like that. And the fact that they let it go so easily, like if they tried to pull this shit with like the New York Yankees and change the name of the Yankees, I don't think that would have happened in New York. But Ohio, they can't get themselves, enough people excited to say, no, we're not going to change the name of the Indians. It's the name of the team.
No, the fans don't.
They didn't say anything.
Fans don't care.
They let it go. So change it to the Guardians.
You know, all the comedians. I always hear comedians making jokes about Cleveland, and it has to be for a reason.
No, it is. No, it is. Okay, so I live in Florida. There's a lot of people who moved down to this area from Ohio. I've met a lot of people from Ohio. And I got to tell you, James, they are the most boring ass people I've ever met in my whole life. They're horrible. Horrible. The most white meat, baby face, you can call it like that. Just, they got nothing. Like
very waspy, lily white waspy.
No, like think about the WWF champion in the early 80s. Bob Backlund. That's how people from Ohio are. That's how they are.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to say it, but it's 100% true. And they suck, James. They suck.
I was talking when I used to be a personal trainer. I was talking to this woman from Ohio that was just visiting. She was a chiropractor, and I says, "Well, what does Ohio offer? What do they have?" And she says, "Well, we got
Nothing.
parks,
They don't have
and
anything.
then she says we have cows. We have lots of cows."
Mm-hmm.
That's all she said.
But
We got
okay, so
cows.
the ones that I meet here, the ones that I meet here, at least they admit that they moved here because they hate Ohio. They don't want to live there. That's why they moved here in Florida. But so it's not like they don't love their state. Like when you meet people from New York, they love their state. They're like, oh, the best pizza and whatever, this and that. They still miss New York. When you meet somebody, when you meet somebody from Ohio, they don't miss Ohio. They're happy that they don't live there, right? So that's why, like the locals in Florida, they like people from Ohio because people
Listen,
from Ohio
there's a
don't
reason
talk.
why
They don't
that New
talk
York
shit about
State fire
Florida.
state.
People from New York, when they move here, they talk shit about Florida because New Yorkers are just assholes, right? And sometimes there's a reason to, sometimes there's not a reason to, but the point is, people from Ohio can't be assholes because they have nothing to be an asshole about because their state is just bleh, it's blah. They have nothing to talk about. I mean, it's
Well, Florida is very is a mixture of
it's a big mixture. Yeah,
culture,
yeah.
except for one thing.
There's a lot going on.
The Panhandle is very Southern culture, Confederacy Southern culture. Once you go up to the Panhandle, you know, and even Jacksonville is part of that.
But
You know,
well,
'cause they're-
okay,
they're
all right.
in-
So
near-
maybe the people in the Panhandle actually have a little bit more culture than the people in Ohio have. They might. They might. Because Ohio is a blank slate. It's a blank slate.
Isn't it a college town?
There's
Pensacola? Isn't Pensacola?
I don't. Oh, Pensacola or Ohio?
No, Pensacola, Florida, in the Panhandle. Is it a big college town?
Pensacola is a party town. They have spring break there.
Okay.
They
So they
call
go
it the redneck.
there and they got the white
They call it the redneck Riviera. You ever heard that?
Redneck Riviera. So they have the white sand just like you have.
I don't know if it's
a
white
Gulf.
up there.
It's the Gulf
It's on the
Coast.
Gulf. I don't know if it's white. It might be. I never went
Well,
there.
your beach-
I've
your
never been to the Panhandle.
Your beaches are nice. They showed photos during the
The beaches down over here are white sand. That's what they're
during the
famous
Royal
for.
Rumble. During the Royal Rumble, they showed all kinds of like videos.
Oh, they showed it. I didn't watch the fucking Royal Rumble.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan did the whole thing of his.
Did he really?
his-
Oh, that's cool. Oh.
yeah, his hometown, Clearwater, St. Petersburg.
He showed it.
Yeah, they showed like the beaches. They showed this really nice
That's
video.
good. Good. I mean, it is a nice area. St. Petersburg is a beautiful area.
You
It
know,
is.
it's just you gotta
Hulk
be
Hogan
careful.
lives on Clearwater Beach. He has
You
his
got bull
bar.
sharks. Be
He has
careful.
his bar over there on Clearwater Beach as well, and that's where his son hangs out.
And that's where his son got intoxicated.
Right.
And
But there's
decided-
also the story that Hulk Hogan rescued a lady from an overturned car. But you don't hear about that on the news. You only hear the negative stuff.
yeah, but Hulk Hogan is not going to do something stupid like his son did.
No,
You know,
no, he's smarter. He's smarter than his son is. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
he said to the cop, remember, everybody that made trouble in my life, there was alcohol connected to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
he said
Yeah.
I think he gave up. Actually,
No, Hulk Hogan drinks. Hulk Hogan goes to the bar and drinks.
He's living a clean life. I mean, well, I don't know. But
I don't think he ever really was a hard drinker though. You know, not
he
like
said-
Ric Flair.
he tells people, he told somebody during an interview that he gave up drinking completely.
Oh, maybe recently he did. Maybe.
You know, but he's
But remember the video you sent me where it was him and his daughter hanging out at the beach house and they were throwing back the seltzer beers. He was drinking seltzers with his daughter. That was like a year ago.
You mean hard seltzer?
Yeah, the beers, the seltzers. Like they have the Budweiser seltzers and the White Claws and
Oh,
all
I
that
didn't
stuff.
know they're into that. Yeah, so these companies started making hard seltzers with alcohol in it, or just pure seltzer.
No. I'm saying he was at his beach house with his daughter, and he was just drinking whatever Anheuser-Busch seltzers. It wasn't his company, and he was hanging out. And was making a video. Remember, it was like Hulk Hogan on the video, and he was showing his muscles, and he was getting drunk, and his daughter was in the background. I think with her boyfriend or somebody.
I know. I felt sorry for him.
You sent me the video. I got it from you.
I felt sorry for him when he did that reality show with his ex-wife, and she kept on nagging.
His wife made him look stupid.
She kept nagging him. Well, we got to change your wardrobe. You got to
James, the thing is, around
wearing
here, around
1980s clothes.
Hulk Hogan's a hero. Everybody loves Hulk Hogan around here.
Motherfucker.
Did you hear what I said?
I bet if he ran for mayor of Tampa, he would win hands down.
If he tried to, yeah. I don't think he never went into politics. Well, he tried to. He actually ran for president in '98, right? But it was like half-assed.
Yeah, well, you know what? He's in a lot of pain with those 10 back surgeries.
But he is a beloved local hero, for sure.
Yeah.
And it might be in a lot of America.
I'm happy that he survived the divorce and he has a restaurant and bar on the beach, right?
No, Hulk Hogan's doing fine, man. He's doing fine.
And it seems to be doing
And
really
his
well.
his wife lives in the same, or his ex-wife lives right in the same neighborhood. And they never seem to have any problems.
Oh my God. Well, she's a pain in the ass. Remember she kept on telling him what to do on a reality show? She
Yeah,
wouldn't
well,
shut
some of
up.
that could have been, for the show, theatrics type shit too, though.
He had the fanny pack and the genie pants from the 1980s. And she said, oh, well, you got to get rid of all that 1980s clothes.
Let me tell you, Hulk Hogan could have picked up any
Yeah,
girl
I
at the
remember
gym.
that. And his daughter was there.
Right? Right? Did you hear what I said?
Because he's Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he doesn't need a wife.
No, he's better off
He
staying
can
away.
go
he is.
down, and he probably gets pussy all the time.
He doesn't need.
You just don't hear about it because he's keeping it quiet now.
He does. Guys that were involved and got divorced, and
He doesn't need a nagging wife.
He doesn't want. You think he wants to pay out all that money again? If he got married and got divorced, he doesn't want to go through that crap. I
would say though he loves his kids.
Yeah. Well, that's his family.
Yeah.
His kids are his family.
It was on even when his son got arrested. They had how the cops wear the cameras now.
Yeah. Body cams. Yeah.
So that they had the body cam footage of when Hogan was talking to the cop, and he was trying to get his son out of it. And he was offering the cop, some stuff, and he didn't realize he was being filmed. But he wouldn't be saying that stuff if he didn't love his son. He doesn't want his son to go to jail.
Hey, you know what? His son is a grown man that chose to drink intoxicated. That's it. His girlfriend could
But
have
what
said,
I'm saying is, I don't blame Hulk Hogan for trying to get his son out of it.
no, because it's his son.
That's his son.
It's his son. He could have look. The son could have told one of the girls in the car, look. I don't think I could drive. I'm buzzed. Could you? Here's the keys. Could you drive my vehicle, please?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with Hulk. See, Hogan came in. By the time he got the news, what was he gonna do? Right?
There's nothing he can do. A lot of fathers love their kids.
They try too
Hogan's not
much.
the only one that loves his kids.
Of course not. Of course not. But it's the understandable thing. And I'm not gonna, vilify the guy because he got caught on a cop cam, trying to get his son out of trouble. Any good father would try to get their son out of trouble. No father who loves their son wants their son to go to jail. All right?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, because, DUI
If you really love your family, you're going to go out, all out for your family.
Well, listen.
You're not going to be like, oh, he deserves it. I mean, come on. It's your son. You can't.
Don't do the crime if you can't do the time, like Beretta used to say. They don't want.
You're saying, give your son hard love, and let him rot in jail.
But there's nothing Hogan could have done.
He thought he could. He thought he could do something. And
Right.
If you think you could do something, then you're gonna try to do it.
Listen, I'm sure the cops knew who he was when he said his last name is.
Of course they did.
My name is
and the Clearwater Police Department most certainly knows who Hulk Hogan is.
Yeah, they know.
They know.
They know.
And it's it's only a citywide police department. Hulk Hogan probably thought he had a little leeway, some sway. And if they didn't take the bait, it's not the 80s or the 90s anymore. You can't get away with everything.
No. In other words, what you're trying to say is he offered a little bribe, and the body cam picked it up.
Yeah, he could have given him an autograph with a couple of
it could have been anything.
A couple of checks in there or something.
Yeah.
But it's not 1995 anymore. And for better or for worse, and I think it's for worse. 2024 is not like 1990.
He almost hit that cop. They were doing work with the cones, with the traffic.
And I get it. The kid is basically, he's not even a kid. He's probably, I think he's older than me.
Yeah, but I'm just saying he's
not a teenager.
I don't listen. I don't care if Hulk Hogan is the Pope. The kid almost hit the cop.
What I'm saying, he's not even a kid. I think he's a grown man at this point.
He's a grown man. He's got a beard. He's got whiskers. He was drunk and he didn't want to take the breathalyzer. He refused to blow.
There's no excuse for him. There's no excuse, and he does deserve whatever he gets. Thankfully, he didn't kill anybody.
Listen, like I told you, he could have asked one of the girls to drive. That's all.
But all I'm saying is I understand Hogan's reaction by being a father. Being a father and what he did, I get that. Trying to protect.
Well, he doesn't want his son to lose his license for over a year.
So I'm not saying I understand. I'm not saying I understand the son's point of view. I'm saying I understand Hulk Hogan's point of view.
But
trying to protect his son.
Right. But look, we're all adults. We all should be responsible for our actions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. But anyway, listen.
We should be.
Getting late. I'm tired. Thank you.
Look at Hunter Biden, right?
Yeah, thank you for coming, Hunter. Hunter Biden is a drop in a bucket compared to the Trump's sons.
Well, who's the worst out of the three of them?
The Trump sons.
Hogan.
Oh, Hogan's son is an angel.
He's an angel
compared to the Donald Trump's kids. I don't know what Hunter Biden does.
He does crack.
Huh?
Crackhead.
Crackhead. Okay.
He smokes crack.
He smokes crack. Well,
He smokes crack and he hangs out at the White House. I mean, what the fuck's going on here?
It doesn't look good. doesn't
It,
look.
it really doesn't look that good, right?
It's embarrassing. You know, if you were the president,
Would you
and
want your son, your crackhead son, coming and
yeah, what if your kids coming
showing up at the White House? I mean, what the
showing
fuck?
up at the Oval Office like this? Hey, daddy, oh baby.
Remember George W. Bush used to have his daughters were drunks, but at least they were hot, right? Do you remember that?
I never saw his daughters.
Remember that? No, there was in the
GW?
there would always GWB. There would always be stories that his daughters were drunks, and they would come into the White House late at night. They would sneak in at like 2 a.m, and they would have footage of them like on the White House lawn. You never saw that?
What were they doing?
Like trying to get in late at night.
Oh shit.
After they were out clubbing in D.C. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's Secret Service there all the time.
Yeah.
They should be able to.
Well, that's why it became big news. Like they couldn't get away with it, and then like the news was all over it. Like, oh, the president's daughters are whores, you know, and this and that. And they were pretty girls, you know. He had two daughters.
They probably had really tight hoochie mama clothes
I'm
on.
sure they did.
You know,
And it was actually the same thing kind of happened with Obama's girls, but when he was president, they were pretty young. So, but it was after he wasn't president anymore. Now they talk about his daughters, like in the news, that they're going out, you know, talking about who they're going out with and that they're hot. Obama's daughters.
Yeah,
but they're not like national security now because he's not the president. But back when GWB was the president, his daughters were like 19, you know, early 20s.
Oh, they were
Yeah,
they were legal adults.
They were hot. They were hot girls trying to sneak in, like at nighttime. And there was video footage of them like running across the lawn with like a short skirt on. Yeah, seriously. This is back in like 2004, 2005.
You know what? I think it's so funny when a parent that's in like a high position gets embarrassed by their family. I just have to think it's funny.
There's nothing you can do because it can happen to anybody. And I think, if anything, that makes you more human.
Well,
you know,
daddy's little girl.
That can happen to any guy out here in, like, you know, whatever, middle America that has two daughters, right?
Hey,
so
what about and this show? What about these poor fathers whose a young daughter gets knocked up? I have a friend who works at the Dollar Tree in my hometown, and she's from Guyana.
That's not the best place to work, right?
She's from Guyana, and her daughter didn't even finish high school, and she gets pregnant and she keeps the baby. She gives birth to it. Now she's an older teenager with a baby in a crib. I mean,
that's all right.
You know what she said? She says, "I told my daughter."
That's okay. Well, so where's the dad? What happened
You could kiss your childhood goodbye because you can't be going out.
There's no more daughter.
You can't be going out.
There's no more childhood.
She says you're stuck with the kid. You can't be going out partying anymore. You know,
Gotta be a mom. But what happened to the dad though? Where's the dad at?
The little hoodlum, the little
where did he go? He ran away.
Yeah, where is this punk? Is he gonna take responsibility for the kid?
You don't know. You didn't. She didn't even mention him.
I asked, and I didn't get an answer.
I mean, because it's not just the mom that's responsible. It's the dad too.
No, it takes two people to dance
salsa. It definitely does.
To dance salsa. Where is the little punk? Does he have baggy pants with his underwear hanging out?
Yeah, is he out running around town?
Does he
robbing the local CVS or what?
Does he walk with his knuckles dragging on the ground? You know, hey, this is
He's got his cock down all the way, grabbing it. His cock is all the way down to the street because it's so big.
his baseball cap backwards. His crap crotch every time he talks.
Or maybe it's a white guy. Maybe it's a white guy.
Huh?
Maybe it's a white guy.
Yo, yeah, vanilla ice, baby.
I mean, okay, so James, we're being silly about this, but
no,
but it's true.
I'm being funny and silly, but I'm also being.
It's true.
You're
being realistic.
I'm being realistic because of the young, irresponsible young punks that don't want to use contraception.
And you got these. You know what it is also? You got these pretty young white girls who want to be cool and go and get fucked by black guys. They like that because it's cool. And then they end up as single parents with a fucking baby daddy who's in jail. I mean, it sometimes it's a shame because these girls can be so pretty.
Yeah.
And they have, you know, they could have done something else.
Yeah, but
and they have a kid next to them who's black. The kid is black.
Right. Even though he is mixed, society will always treat him as a black kid.
Because what color are they actually?
Black.
But just like Barack Obama, supposedly his mom was white. Nobody cares. Everybody looks at him as black.
Barack Obama's mother is from Ireland.
His mom could have been white. It doesn't matter. It does, but nobody cares.
Don't you understand? I'm trying to tell you, she's Irish, and the father was from Kenya.
Yeah.
The father's from Kenya. She's from Ireland.
What is he known as?
Black.
He's known as the first African American
president.
Not the first Irish president. Not the first
oh my ass,
Hawaiian president or whatever. African American. And maybe his dad's not even from Africa.
Right.
His dad's from Kenya. Where's Kenya? Is Kenya in Africa?
Africa. It's in East Africa.
Okay, so he actually really is African American, because the bitch who's in there now, right? She's the vice president. She supposedly is the first Indian vice president and the first African American vice president at the same time. So, are you Indian? Are you African American? Which one are you? Right, and it's both. And the only reason why it's both is because she's lying, and it's just and it's bullshit.
Well, Kamala Harris,
she's not really African American.
She's taken advantage.
She's not African American.
She took advantage of political correctness by saying she was a black woman,
and it worked.
It worked. She's half Indian.
Is she Indian American?
No, they don't know. She doesn't say that.
No, she does though.
No, she says she's half Indian, and she says she's proud of her. I think her mother was Indian.
So what else is she? She's Indian and black, like African black.
Yeah, well,
because Indians don't come from Africa.
No, they come from India. What the hell's the matter with you? No, but I know what you're saying. They're taking advantage.
It's just
the whole.
Yeah.
You know that's a good topic. Let's attack political correctness next time. The people getting special treatment. Now this girl, I guarantee you, the mother and the daughter are going to be stuck raising this baby. But the mother's she's smiling. She says, "Guess what? I'm a grandma now. I'm a grandma." I says, "Grandma? What do you mean, grandma?" She says, "My daughter had the baby." I says, "Had the baby? You mean she's in high school and she got pregnant and then She tells me, yeah. I says, well, is the father taking responsibility? I get no answer. So that's my answer.
Yeah.
The punk, like I said, knuckles on the
So
ground.
the kid grows up in a female-dominated family.
And that's how gays start.
Not, I mean, not even necessarily that. Not even necessarily that. It's just that he grows up without a dad. And what happens when you grow up without a dad?
Yeah. Well, luckily, it's
Good things don't happen.
It's a
Good
baby.
things don't happen.
It's a baby girl because a little
Uh,
boy needs
yeah,
needs his father.
yeah.
Little boy needs
Yeah.
his father.
That's true.
A male role model.
A male cannot grow up without. If it's not a father, it's got to be a role model.
It's got to be. There has to be a male role model.
But you know what? It should be a father. I mean, that's who it's supposed to be, a father.
Well, that's the ideal. Yeah.
That's the ideal, and that's what it's supposed to be. But the government gets in the way a lot of times with this, with the welfare stuff. You know, they destroyed the black community. They completely decimated it. I mean, maybe that's a story for another day as well.
What's this deal about the kids being careless and just getting knocked up? No contraception, no responsibility taken. This is what we have, you know. Unfortunately,
No God. No God.
No God. No, because the family structure, the traditional family,
There's no more family structure.
is not there anymore.
You know why?
Feminists.
Because they say if what the family structure is a marriage of a male and a female,
right?
Who raise children,
right?
And what's been told over the years is that you don't have to be a male and a female anymore. You can be a male and a male.
And you know, and they put
or
down,
you can be a female and a female.
and they put down,
and it's okay that you can't fuck and have kids. You don't have to do that anymore. Now you can just adopt a kid.
and they put down a woman for being a homemaker and a mother nowadays.
Yes.
If she's not a career woman,
right.
all the neoliberal feminists
Yeah,
will
yeah,
be
yeah.
on her ass about it,
You're
putting
not-
her down about it.
So the females are supposed to go to college and get in debt and get some crappy little, whatever job, and then put off being a mother for 10, 15 years until maybe they're in their late 30s and they can't even do it anymore because they're getting too old. So now they can only have maybe one kid, maybe two tops, if they really try.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Not the way it's supposed to be.
See, this banter is what makes a high quality show. So anyway, on that note, if you want to jump, if you have time tomorrow, I'll be doing the sports talk and health and fitness. You know, it's up to you. If you're around. But anyway, I'm tired.
Yeah. Let me know tomorrow and shoot me the link.
Yeah, I'm tired and thirsty and not hungry, just thirsty. Anyway, have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, cool.
Thank you, everybody.